in which case, for those who are making presentations, shorter is preferable than longer. So with that, Superintendent Flynn, I'll ask you to make your presentation.
So you'll be happy to hear that, as I understand, the committee was informed I won't be making any opening remarks. I am presenting myself here today simply to address any of the questions that you may have. Is this, on its surface, does relate to an ongoing criminal investigative matter, so it'd be inappropriate for me to provide details of an investigation, particularly an investigation that is not being undertaken by the RCMP. So I welcome all questions, and I'm here to provide whatever assistance that I can.
Mr. Graham.
Sure, it's a little harder to ask questions without an opening to work off of it. My first question I'd have is, if somebody calls the RCMP with a suspicion of a data theft complaint, something like that, how is the RCMP treated from the get-go?
So that'll depend on the jurisdiction where it occurs. So in a jurisdiction where we are the police of jurisdiction, so have the provincial and municipal responsibility, that would be forwarded to our intake processes there, whether it be our telecoms office, the front desk at a detachment, or to a particular investigative unit that's identified for that. In cases where we are not the police of jurisdiction, like in Ontario and Quebec, where we are the federal police, we will become aware of these instances, obviously through our collaboration with our provincial and municipal partners. We will look at the information, determine whether or not there's any connections to other investigations that we have ongoing, or offer our assistance to police of jurisdiction should they require it. Although on many occasions this type of incident is very well handled, we have very competent provincial and municipal police forces that are able to handle those on their own.
So at what point does something become federal? And if something affects its provincial jurisdiction but affects multiple provinces, does each province have to deal with it separately, or does the RCMP able to step in at that point?
So the RCMP doesn't automatically step in solely because it crosses multiple provinces, as occurs in traditional crimes, whether it be a theft ring that occurs on a border between two provinces, or homicides that occur. The police forces in those jurisdictions are used to collaborating and do so very well. When there's an incident that occurs from a cyber perspective, if it's going to have an impact on a Government of Canada system, a critical infrastructure operator, or there's national security considerations to it, or if it's connected to a transnational serious organized crime group that is already falling within the priority areas that we're investigating in, then that matter will be something that we will step into. From a cyber perspective, we have ongoing relationships and regular communication with most of the provinces and municipalities that have cyber capabilities within their investigative areas. We know that many of these incidences occur in multiple jurisdictions, whether it be domestically or internationally. So coordination and collaboration is really important. That's why the National Cybercrime Coordination Unit is being stood up as a national police service to aid in that collaboration. But prior to that being implemented, one of the responsibilities of my team in our headquarters unit is to have regular engagement, whether that be telephone conference calls where there's regular formalized meetings where we discuss things that are happening in multiple jurisdictions to ensure collaboration and deconfliction occurs, or on an ad hoc basis, when a significant incident occurs, our staff in the multiple police forces will be on the phone speaking to each other and identifying and ensuring that the appropriate and non-duplicating response is provided.
So in the case of the incident that we're here to discuss, which is obviously a major incident, is the RCMP being kept apprised of what's happening, even if it's not their investigation?
So I'd like to stay away from discussing this particular investigation, but I can tell you that investigations of this nature absolutely will lead to discussions occurring. That happens as a consequence of the fact that we do have those regular meetings, whether it be in cyber or other types of crime that are going on in different jurisdictions, that these obviously would, of a scale of this nature, would lead to discussions. but I am not involved in any of those discussions at this time. It is not something that I have knowledge about.
Understood. Frank, you go?
Mr. Chair, I'll
Sure,
just
give it-
take some time.
Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, thank you for being here, and I know you will not comment on the ongoing investigation, but from a member of parliament who's representing a lot of members who have been impacted, and myself being impacted as well, I'm looking more of the potential impacts of fraud, and I know many Canadians get these fraudulent calls from CRA, and I've called back somebody myself who pretended they were you guys and you wanted to collect some money for that particular person, and they were demanding, and they were really adamant, and they gave a callback number, and I've provided that callback number to the police. Is that something that you would advise Canadians to do, where obviously the RCMP is the first point of contact for your local police force?
Absolutely. We actually have a program at the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre, close relationship with telecommunication service providers who have been very helpful in addressing some of the challenges we've had around the telemarketing, the mass fraud committed over the telephone, where as we learn about numbers that are utilized for fraud, we are validating that, and the telecoms industry is blocking those numbers to reduce the victimization. We've adapted some of our practices to ensure that occurs at a much more timely rate than it has historically.
And just from your experience and learning from fraudulent cases, we know that some of them may have my social insurance number, they may have my address, they may have my email address as well, and including my civic address. It could be a very convincing case to pretend that they're either an official government official or some type of financial institution. What would you advise Canadians on the best way to protect themselves?
So with any mass fraud campaign, whether it be tied to an incident like this or just in general, people have to have a strong sense of skepticism and take action to protect themselves. There are many resources under the Government of Canada or our own organizations. Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre, Get CyberSafe, that provides a list of advice for Canadians. And it simply comes down to protecting your information, have a good sense of doubt when somebody's calling you, call your local branch. If it's a bank calling, call your local branch, use your local number. Don't respond to the number that they provide. Don't immediately call back the number they provide. Go with your trusted sources to validate any questions that are coming in. That can lead to, I've experienced similar calls. I've had it very convincing from my own bank. I contacted my bank and they gave the advice that it was not legitimate. In the end, it was interesting because it turned out to be legitimate. But we all felt very safe in the fact that the appropriate steps are taken. I would rather risk not getting a service than to compromise my identity or my financial information.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Palouse? Yes. 7 minutes.
Est-ce qu'on est...
Are we live? You said we weren't live? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I'll get back to you in just a couple minutes. But Mr. Chair, I just want to underline the fact that the leader of the Conservative Party, Andrew Scheer, asked me to remind our colleagues of this. And I'm just going to read a few paragraphs from the open letter that he sent to the media on July 12th. Mr. Scheer said that, like many Canadians and Quebecers, I'm concerned by identity theft and the protection of private information. This is a very serious situation, and I understand the anxiety and anguish of the victims who fear the loss of their personal data, including their social insurance numbers, and who are going to have to dedicate a lot of energy to dealing with this issue. Clearly, the leaders of Desjardins are taking this seriously, and they are trying to protect their members. The federal government also has a responsibility and duty to support all victims affected by identity theft. And we need to draw important lessons from this and improve our digital capacities. I just want to tell Canadians that we stand with them when it comes to protecting their private information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Donc, c'est important pour nous de démontrer l'importance.
So I think it's important for us to show how important how seriously we take this matter. And I think that on this sunny summer day, it's important to mention that we are here dealing with this. Now, Mr. Flynn, I thought that the RCMP's response to this was a little bit weak, and I'll explain this. We have 2.9 Canadians who were affected. I think that about 2.5 of them are Quebecers, and another 300,000 or so are Canadians elsewhere in the country who have accounts with Desjardins. These people are very concerned. People have been calling our offices constantly for the last 3 weeks, and we haven't heard a response from the government. And that's why we're here at this emergency meeting today. We need to figure out what the different federal departments can do to help Canadians. It's true that the RCMP isn't directly involved, but with the authority that the RCMP has and with the resources that it has, would there not be ways that you could help? Now, I'm sure that you don't want to get involved in the police investigation, and we understand that, but there may be accounts where money has ended up abroad, so you have links with Interpol and other organizations, so could you possibly take measures to intervene? Or is there perhaps a technological solution that would allow the RCMP to intercept possible fraud?
So the RCMP's role, as I explained earlier, in many of these situations is to work with our provincial and municipal partners. And it's important to recognize that our provincial and municipal partners are very skilled at responding to many of these incidences. It's not always the case that the RCMP has additional powers, authorities, or capabilities than they themselves have when dealing with an incident that is singular in nature, where an individual is involved in a single event, as opposed to broad ones. However, there's always a standing offer from the RCMP with our provincial and municipal partners that should they require technical assistance, advice, or guidance, that we are available to them for that. It would be inappropriate for the RCMP to inject itself into the jurisdiction of another police force to run the investigation that they are operating in.
Je comprends l'aspect de l'enquête.
So I understand that aspect of it. You've said that the SQ is investigating, but what we're concerned with right now, we the Conservatives and also the NDP, I believe, we want to know, for those 2.9 million people whose data has been transmitted to criminals, what can the RCMP do? I don't want to talk about the investigation. I want to know if you have resources. Now, if you don't have resources, we need to know that too. That's why we're here today, because we want to understand. We're talking about data that's been sold to people abroad. It's clearly not the Laval police or the Quebec police who can handle this themselves. It's the RCMP has a role to play too.
Okay. So again, outside the scope of this particular investigation and looking at the fact that cyber criminals do commit the majority of their crimes to gain access to personal information or financial information for the purposes of gaining access to financial institutions and the money that's housed in those locations. The RCMP continuously works with our international community to identify and pursue the individuals that are committing a broad amount of these crimes. We're working both to identify with those international partners as well as our financial institutions. The RCMP is working closely right now with many of the large financial institutions in Canada and the Canadian Bankers Association to ensure that we are targeting the individuals that are causing the most significant harm. Our federal policing prevention and engagement team has hosted sessions with both the financial institutions and the cybersecurity industry, and we have a new advisory group that's helping us target those individuals. From a knowledge perspective, that's only in the hands of those cybersecurity and those financial institutions. And what we're trying to ensure is that as we are putting towards the resources that we have into investigations, that we are targeting those individuals that are causing the most harm. We do that as well internationally. So as incidents occur, we speak to our international law enforcement partners. We identify the behaviors that we have in our cases or in our Canadian law enforcement partners' cases. so that if there are connections or individuals that are in those other jurisdictions, that we're using the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, we're using the police-to-police collaborative efforts that we have to ensure that internationally all those efforts are put towards a problem. Now, I want to stay away again, and I apologize for doing that, but I have to stay away from this exact incident and express what is or is not being done in that particular incident.
OK. Très rapidement, depuis qu'on est...
Very briefly, since we learned about this problem, has there been a special unit at the RCMP designated to deal with it?
So I'm unable to speak about this particular incident. It'd be inappropriate for me to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Paulus. Monsieur Dubé, 7 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, merci.
7 minutes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Flynn, for being here today. I think it's important that we're talking about this because, as my colleague just said, people are concerned. And I think the more information we can have about the federal government's role, the better. It's very important, particularly considering that in this committee, just before Parliament adjourned in June, we concluded a study on cybersecurity in the financial sector. And I'm going to come back to some of those issues that we dealt with during that study that I think are relevant today. But first, I'd like to come back to a few of the things that you mentioned during your previous responses. The first thing I wanted to mention, now these are allegations, of course. I don't have any evidence for any of this. But when you talk about the sale of data to organized crime, for example, particularly if we're talking about criminal organizations that work outside of Quebec or outside of Canada, in those types of cases, not this exact case, of course, but in those types of cases, when does the RCMP become involved? When do they start talking to the SQ, for example? If there are people involved that you're already monitoring?
So we have formal, regular engagement with our policing partners across the country. So that occurs on a monthly basis as a regimented in the cyber area, as well as biweekly in some other areas. However, when there's incidences such as this, as you described, there are immediate calls that go out to ensure the collaboration is occurring and that any of our international partners' information that's relevant could be utilized to aid in those investigations.
Merci. Quand vous avez parlé de...
Thank you. And concerning the powers and authorities of municipal police forces, or the SQ, or the OPP, I mean, they do have significant jurisdiction when it comes to dealing with security matters like this. Does the RCMP have any unique expertise or any unique type of information that might help? And the reason I ask this question, we'll be hearing from Mr. Boucher later, but the reason I ask is that the government boasted about having consolidated skills with the CSE, the RCMP, CSIS, and so on. And we were told that the idea was that there was going to be more information sharing so that everyone would be on the same wavelength. Do you work the same way with municipal or provincial police organizations?
Yeah, yes, we do. We work very closely, as I've stated, with our provincial and municipal police agencies. And in fact, I take great pride in the fact that at some of those meetings that I described where our federal policing prevention engagement brought together the private sector, financial institutions, and cybersecurity. And one of those policing partners actually stood up at the front of the room and thanked the RCMP for the collaboration that they are seeing in the area of cyber that is far better than anything they've ever seen in their career. So I take great pride in that because that has been a priority for me and my staff and our engagement folks to ensure that we are not being competitive, we're being collaborative. And in that collaboration, we're supporting each other. We're not superseding other police forces' authorities, but we're
Quand,
also ensuring we can assist the others. In
quand
what they're doing.
merci, je ne vais pas vous couper, mais mon temps file.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I don't have a lot of time. When we started our study on cybersecurity in the financial world, we talked about the fact that, you tend to imagine independent state actors, certain state actors. I won't name anyone, but I'm sure everyone can imagine certain countries that might want to threaten Canada. Now, here we're talking about individuals, but still there's the threat because data can be sold and data can be circulated and could end up in the hands of malevolent state actors. But what we heard is that actually the biggest threat is posed by individuals. So is it the case that individual criminals who might want to steal individual data would actually represent a greater threat than given state actors?
So the threat comes from multiple directions, and I can't say which is greater because from our experience, we have seen a significant number of organized groups or individuals that are perpetrating the crimes across the internet. The internet is an enabler as much as it's a tool for us to use in leveraging and utilizing all the fantastic services that are out
Je
there.
voulais juste vous interrompre parce que
I'll just interrupt you because my time is running out. So, with the presence of organized groups or countries with bad intentions that want to purchase information, has that created a type of market where there's an incentive, a bad incentive, but still an incentive for an individual like the one in question here, who would desire to steal information to then sell it to groups that are interested in it? Is that a risk that exists with the presence of those groups, that then there are actions taken by individuals that we wouldn't have seen otherwise, but that these people have personal expertise in the matter?
So absolutely. We have seen a rise in what we refer to as cybercrime as a service that is aiding others that are less skilled to commit cyber offenses, whether they are creating the malware, operating the infrastructure, or creating the processes by which somebody can monetize the information that is stolen. That is a key target area for the RCMP under our federal policing mandate, and that we are targeting those key enabling services so that we can have the most significant impact on the individual crimes that are occurring, as opposed to chasing each individual crime.
merci encore d'avoir pris le temps aujourd'hui.
Thank you again for having taken the time today.
And we've been now joined by Mr. Andre Boucher from CSE, and I'm going to give him an opportunity to make his statement. I'll say to you what I said to Constable or Superintendent Flynn, that we're encouraging shorter statements rather than longer statements so that members will have more opportunity to ask questions. So with that, Mr. Boucher, Mr. Fortin, I see you're on.
J'aimerais, si vous le permettez, Monsieur le Président.
If you'll allow me, Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to the witnesses, but I don't know if it's part of your agenda, but if so, I'd like to.
This is
No?
no, not right now.
Okay.
Thank you. We're still on the cycle. We're still in this hour of cycle. So, Mr. Boucher, as I say, shorter is better than longer. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to be shorter in my remarks. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Andre Boucher, and I am the Assistant Deputy Minister of Operations at the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. Thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to appear before you this afternoon. Let me begin with a brief overview of who we are. The Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity was launched on October 1st, 2018, as part of the Communications Security Establishment. We are Canada's national authority on cybersecurity, and we lead the government's response to cybersecurity events. As Canada's National Computer Security Incident Response Team, the Cyber Centre works in close collaboration with government departments, critical infrastructure, Canadian businesses, and international partners to prepare for, respond to, mitigate, and recover from cyber events. We do this by providing authoritative advice and support in coordinating information sharing and incident response. The Cyber Centre's partnerships with industry are key to this mission. Our goal is to promote the integration of cyber defense into the business model of industry partners to help strengthen Canada's overall resiliency to cyber threats. Despite these efforts and those of Canada's industry, cyber incidents do still happen. This brings me to the topic we are here to discuss today. The Cyber Centre is not in a position to provide any details on this incident and does not comment on the cybersecurity practices of specific businesses or individuals. Any cyber breach, not just this specific instance, can be taken as an opportunity to revisit best practices and to refine systems, processes, and safeguards. In this case, media reporting and public statements indicate that the disclosure of personal information occurred as a result of the actions of an individual within the company, what is termed insider threat.
To the cyber threat environment, the Cyber Centre described the insider threat as individuals working within an organization who are particularly dangerous because of their access to internal networks that are protected by security perimeters. For any malicious actor, access is key. The privileged access of insiders within an organization eliminates the need to employ other remote means and makes their job of collecting valuable information that much easier. More broadly, what this incident underscores is the human element of cybersecurity. Insider threat is only one example of this. Cyber criminals have proven especially adept at exploiting human behavior through social engineering to deceive targets into handing over valuable information. Fundamentally, the security of our systems depends on humans, users, administrators, security teams. So what can we do in a world of increasing cyber threats? At the enterprise level, adopting a holistic approach to security is critical. This means starting with a culture of security and putting in place the right policies, procedures, and cybersecurity practices. This ensures that when something goes wrong, as it almost inevitably will, there is a plan in place to address it. Then we need to invest in knowing and empowering our people. Training and awareness for individuals and businesses is very important. Only with awareness can we continue to develop and instill good security practices, a fundamental step in securing Canada's cyber systems. And we always need to identify and protect critical assets. Know where your key data lives, protect it, monitor the protection, be ready to respond. For the Cyber Centre, we'll continue to work with industry and to publish cybersecurity advice and guidance on our website. We regularly issue alerts and advisories on potential, imminent, or actual cyber threats, vulnerabilities, or incidents affecting Canada's critical infrastructure. And while hopefully under different circumstances, we'll continue to participate in conversations like this one, which helps to keep the spotlight on these issues. Ultimately, there is no silver bullet when it comes to cybersecurity. We cannot be complacent. There is too much at stake. While long-promised advances in technology may make the task easier, the need for skilled and trustworthy individuals will remain a constant. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Mr. Boucher, next is Monsieur Picard, 7 minutes.
Merci. En guise de préambule,
Thank you. To begin, I'd like to say that this incident we're discussing today is part of the study that we've done since January on cybersecurity and financial crime. The study was launched, well, I tabled the motion for us to do a study, and it was at the initiative of my Liberal colleagues because we are very concerned about cybersecurity in financial institutions, and I'm glad to hear that Mr. Scheer is happy with the efforts we've made for this study and that he agrees with my initiative and that he'd like to echo the Liberal Party and their concerns about cybersecurity in financial institutions. So thank you. Mr. Flynn, I think it's important when we address the public today to manage public expectations for such a serious topic like identity theft. How can we make a distinction between public expectations when we want police assistance for a criminal inquiry and then expectations of those who want to see their data protected, their identity restored, without losing their identity in 5, 10, 15 years? So, Mr. Flynn, in terms of the criminal investigation, what are the public's expectations versus the reality of a criminal investigation?
From a policing perspective, I believe the public expectation is that the person and anyone associated with that person that's involved in either the theft or monetization of information, whether it be through cyber threat, cyber compromise, insider threat, etc., is that police are going to pursue those individuals and hold them to account and bring them into the judicial process to ensure that consequences are instilled and that steps are taken to prevent this type of incident from occurring.
Un des défis majeurs
One of the major challenges, and I think people have a hard time understanding just how difficult it is how do we address the question, prove that you are who you say you are? How can someone prove their own identity? Because when 3 people show up with the same name and the same SIN number, what would happen?
So that's not an area of expertise for me as a police officer to confirm identity. I go back to my earlier statement about using your local resources, whether it's financial institution or other type of service. If you're able to use a local service to confirm it, that is your best way to deal with those companies when there's questions about your identity.
Donc, dans une certaine mesure, l'enquête criminelle.
So, to a certain extent, the criminal investigation will bring justice if the criminal is caught and they are brought to court and there are legal consequences. For example, prison for criminals with the evidence that's presented. But that being said, data, which is a virtual thing, the data that's on the market isn't necessarily in a given physical place. It could be in a number of places. So at any given moment, and I don't want to alarm people, but people need to realize that at any moment, even though the criminals have been caught, that doesn't mean that the data has also been deleted and that the identity has been restored.
That is correct. It's important to point out that the only measure of success is not necessarily a prosecution. In fact, in the cyber area, many of those prosecutions will occur in other jurisdictions as we work collaboratively. But one of the approaches that we are taking in the RCMP, and I know some of our other police forces are as well, is we are bringing in financial institutions and cybersecurity experts into our investigations. That is different than we traditionally have done in our criminal investigative efforts. That has already borne fruit, has already provided significant advantages because those partners, as I refer to them as, are able to see information that we as police officers might not know is important, and we may not independently be able to identify that this could be used to provide protection for their customers. I know of at least one incident in a major investigation that we've been undertaking where one of the financial institutions, in fact, several financial institutions, were able to, through that collaboration, identify and reduce potential harm of accounts that, through that sharing, were identified as compromised. So I think the approach we're taking is providing benefits that are not solely measured by arrest and prosecutions.
Monsieur Boucher, vous avez une approche conseil avec les organismes.
Mr. Boucher, you act as a consultant to organizations. How can we advise corporations when they're dealing with their own employees? We saw this winter with different banking associations that there's no reason to believe that banks and financial institutions don't have the best technology to protect their data from the outside. What concerns me is when the threat comes from the inside and there isn't any software that would help counter that type of risk. What approach do you have with organizations when you advise them on this human risk for fraud?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question. As I said in my opening remarks, there are a number of tools, but the best approach is to get back to basics and to have a holistic approach to security. Security for staff, internal staff, begins with a good training program so they understand what needs to be protected and the individuals that they deal with in the association. They need to know those people. There needs to be a program that's renewed. It's not because it's mentioned during an interview that it doesn't need to be dealt with again. So that conversation needs to be ongoing. There should be a clear training program for staff to refresh knowledge, and there should be clear processes to support all of this. There are tools. Cyber teams have access to some tools to prevent the loss of data, and they can detect what's gone wrong, but often that's too late. So organizations should be investing in building trust and finding reliable people.
Mr. Motts, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here. Mr. Boucher, I was intrigued by your opening where you talk about the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity being the national authority on cybersecurity, leading the government's response to cybersecurity events. As Canada's national security incident response team, the Cyber Centre works in close collaboration with government departments, critical infrastructure, Canadian businesses, and international partners to prepare for, respond to, mitigate, and recover from cyber incidents. So that's fantastic. So then it also leads to the question for me is, what standards, what measures do we have in place now? We consider banking in Canada to be a critical infrastructure to this country. So what standards are in place at this moment to ensure that those are met? Do we have incentives? Do we have penalties? Do we have anything in the way of ensuring that we have an approach, a uniform approach across the industry to make sure that Canadians are safe? Because it's Canadians we're here for and who we're serving in that capacity. So I'm curious to know, do we have a mandatory baseline that everybody needs to operate in? And if we don't, how come? And how can we?
Thank you for your question. It's a vast question. I think you have testimonies later this afternoon from experts from that specific sector, financial institutions. I would say from a cybersecurity perspective, the financial sector is one that's quite mature, where we have both regulators in place and best practices that are part of that community. As a cybersecurity focused expert, we put a lot of effort in that collaboration and those best practices. So we leave to the regulators in the sector specific to put those minimum standards and guidelines that need to be in place, enforced and reviewed. And we, in fact, appeal to the best and try to tease that up as much as possible for entire sectors, and in this case, the financial sector. The financial sector is one that's very mature, is one where collaboration is established, is where reputational risks are measured at their true value, and significant investments are made in that regard. So I would say from a Canadian perspective, I would feel quite reassured that as a sector, there's both the minimum standards and applications to the regulators that are in place, and the teams that are working at bringing the best out of enterprises so that they perform as good as possible.
So there's 2.9 approximately million entities, individuals, and Canadian businesses who were impacted by this particular occurrence. But we've had millions of others across this country who have also been the victim of their identities and credit card information being stolen, and they may not find solace in that particular statement that we have a mature banking industry in this country because they continue to be victimized. And I'm curious to know whether we are as vigorous in that way as we could be or should be to pursue the financial security of those institutions and of the people who put their trust in them.
I can assure you that we're quite vigorous in taking all the measures that are at our disposal, whether it be best practices in collaboration or measures that are enforced and in place. There's a sad or an unfortunate reality that we all have to compose with, where, as it was pointed out earlier, when data gets lost and gets in the wild, we never get to recover. It is not like a tangible asset that you can go and purge and bring home. It is a new reality for clients. It is a new reality for customers. It is a new reality for enterprises. And I would go back to the comment I made earlier. That just puts more fuel to the need to invest in early investments and having programs and choosing our employees better and making sure that we have these holistic approach to security to make sure that we don't find ourselves in trying to recover on losses.
Okay, thank you. Chief Superintendent Flynn, we've learned from this circumstance as well as from others, data is the hottest commodity on the dark web. We know that. And so people's names, addresses, dates of birth, social insurance numbers, addresses, IP addresses, email addresses, all those sort of things are commodities that are traded at will on the web. And I guess a couple of things that come to mind for me is, can you help the Canadian public understand how that information is used by the criminal element? One, and number two, how they can then be vigilant. And as you, Mr. Drouin, you answered him partially with that response. But what red flags could you, as the law enforcement agency in this country, alarm or make aware to the Canadian public on what they need to be vigilant about if they've been compromised and even before they become compromised?
Mr. Mons asked an important question. Unfortunately, he's left you no time to answer it. I'll invite you to work an answer into a response to another members. We have 3 hours worth of hearings here, and if I don't keep this on track, we'll get lost. So, Ms. DeBruzen, 5 minutes, please.
Alors, merci. Thank you. When we conducted our study on banking associations and cybersecurity, what they described was a situation where there's a lot of banking security. Perhaps there might be questions about that now, but we talked about individuals and what do we do to help individuals better protect themselves. Could you provide information on that and give data as well? If there's somewhere that people can find information on the web, phone numbers, and so on, how can they inform themselves about how to better protect themselves? Could you assist us with that, Mr. Boucher? Thank you for your question. We have a major program. If you go to our website, cyber.gc.ca, people could find measures that are appropriate for the individual. So there's the individual interfacing with the internet for cybersecurity, and the person needs to be alert and know how to use what they're using and what they're sharing with other people. We have constant public awareness campaigns on the use of devices and also to raise awareness for people to choose who they share their information with. So it's one thing to have the best device and keep it up to date, but then people need to make good choices. If they go to a company they find reliable, they know their reputation, once that's done, then they have to decide what they're going to share as information with that entity. So there are 3 stages, 3 steps, and that's available on our website. There was also information about passwords, people using the same passwords for everything, for all of their interactions. Could you provide information on how people can better protect themselves with passwords?
Yes, if you go on our website, which I'm promoting here, as you can tell, there are specific tips depending on the length and complexity. And I do encourage people to look there. You know, a lot of people often say, oh, you need to change your password often. But the problem with that is that then you have to remember a lot of different passwords that are constantly changing. So over time, the strategy has changed to say, okay, pick a really robust password, whether it's robust in terms of length or complexity. So if they say 15 characters, try to use 15 characters. If they only give you 8, well, that's terrible, but try and use more complexity in your password then. But there's not a lot of benefit in changing your password a lot if it's going to lead you to have the same password for many different sites. So be diligent, try to find a very strong and unique password, and you can keep that unless there is an incident, in which case you have to react quickly. You have to set up additional security measures. So there's a whole variety of things that you have to do. But the other problem is that once we find a password that works well, you know, people will often use the same password for all their different websites. And if you go to a website, it often says, you know, you need at least 4 characters or whatever. But they never remind people that they should have different passwords than other websites. So could you say something about that? Well, you're asking me to be very pragmatic here. So I would say that you need to look at the level of uncertainty that you have with different services. So if it's a service that you use very infrequently, I don't have any examples, but I mean, that's less important than for the bank, for example. You need the best password possible for your online banking, but for your curling club account or whatever it is, there you can have some flexibility. You may be able to recycle a password from time to time, although I don't recommend it. What can banks do to provide better information to people using these services? I think that most, if not all, banks would say that you need a certain amount of complexity in your password. So there are already some basic standards so that they can protect themselves from a client who, has been not very diligent in choosing a password.
Monsieur le Président, très content d'être ici. Merci, messieurs, d'être ici aujourd'hui.
Thank you, Chair. Very pleased to be here, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here to reassure Canadians and to answer our questions. One of the cornerstones of the social contract that we have in Canada is that citizens will be able to protect each other, but also that the state will protect citizens. And for the last 3 weeks, citizens in my riding and other ridings have been very concerned. 2 days after the data breach was made public, there were people in my office. When I went door to door, that's all people were talking about. So really, people are very concerned, and there's a sense that there's been no real response from the government. I think that what my citizens would want to know from you, Mr. Boucher, is very simple. Does the Canadian Cybersecurity Centre feel that it can ensure security for those 2.9 Canadians who were affected by this theft of their personal data? Yes or no? Do you have the resources and the capacity to do that? And is your institution ready to take those tools and to deal with this situation and protect citizens? Because their identity has been stolen, effectively. I think it's fair to say that the Cybersecurity Centre has the means to deal with any cybersecurity issues. The issue that we're dealing with here is an internal threat and an issue of data theft. It's not necessarily a cybersecurity event. Well, I'm not talking about the event that already happened. I'm talking about what's going to happen in the future. That's what people are concerned about. They want to know how the Cybersecurity Centre will ensure that if there are fraudsters working internationally or even here in Canada who are sending out texts or whatever, do you have the institutional capacity to deal with that right now? Well, I'm not trying to skirt your question. In the scenario you're presenting, it's really an issue of fraud, which is not really an issue of cybersecurity. So every day we start the day by talking to our partners like the RCMP and seeing what's new, what we're aware of, and making sure that people have all the information they need to react. So I think that our people are not going to drop the ball. They're going to do everything they possibly can to ensure that Canadian security is protected. Okay, so you as a cybersecurity expert, do you feel that our current system of SIN numbers is adequate for the world that we live in today? A world where the internet is so widespread, where people make purchases on their telephones in just a few seconds. Is our system of social insurance numbers sufficient for the world that we live in today? Thank you again for the question. You don't ask easy questions. Well, I'm not an expert in social insurance numbers and how they're used, but I can talk about identifiers. Regardless of the identifier that you have, whether it's a cryptological or simple or complex identifier, there's always the problem of how to manage that information. There's always the threat of theft. So it's a very complex question, and I will leave that up to the experts in social insurance numbers to answer that question. But for me, the broader issue has to do with how do you manage identifiers? How do you manage that key information in a broader security context? Mr. Superintendent, I've got a question that sort of follows up on my colleague Mr. Mott's asked. All of the people that I talked to, all of my constituents, asked me the same question. They said, so these people who are committing fraud in the future, potentially, what will they do? How will that affect those 2.9 Canadians? And at the same time, what's the time lapse that we should expect here? People talk about 5 years, 10 years. The people aren't going to act right away. They may wait for the dust to settle a little bit. So what kind of criminal actions can we expect, and in how much time, more or less?
15 seconds to respond to it.
So the reality is, whenever personal information, passwords, etc., that is released on the internet, it is there forever. People need to be cautious about that and be vigilant about it, and use the services that are available, like credit monitoring, etc., to ensure that triggers are put in place to notify when someone's trying to use that information to help prevent an actual fraud from occurring. Trying to respect the timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Graham, 5 minutes.
Ça fait une quinzaine d'années environ, j'étais
For about, 15 years ago or so, I was working at IRCC, and someone was offering credit cards, and they said, okay, who wants to buy for this? And nobody knew what to do with the situation. So if somebody sees something like that today, is there somewhere that they can go if they suspect a scam?
So the RCMP operates the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre in partnership with the Ontario Provincial Police and the Competition Bureau. And that is one of your best places to go to report fraudulent activity, whether it be the telephone numbers that people are calling from or an individual identity theft that occurred or fraud that occurred. They collate that information, they share that information, and police investigations are launched based on the collation of that. So that would be the first place that you should call, as well as your local police force. Local police forces, whether that be the RCMP or in Ontario and Quebec, another police force, need to hear about the crimes that are occurring, because there's connections between organized crime that are involved in fraud and other criminal activity.
Okay. Les Centres canadiens pour la cybersécurité, c'est quoi leur pouvoir?
What are the authorities of this cybersecurity center? What can they do? You mean in relation to what you just asked, or in general? In general. Do they work with companies? Do they have external contracts? How does it work? Well, as I said earlier, the Canadian Cybersecurity Center is responsible for preparing, protecting, and defending Canadians against incidents and everything that follows them. So the whole life cycle of these incidents falls under our mandate. When it comes to issues of fraud, we have a national team, as I said. So we turn to that team. We ensure that the information that is available is shared. And then the file moves forward. And if there's more information that becomes available, we give it to the relevant person. And what's interesting in this model is that if things evolve over time and we move from an investigation to something else, then some other body may take over until the file is closed. Earlier we were talking about passwords, and I just wanted to talk about that a bit. Today, there's a lot of two-factor authentication. Is that the type of thing that could be applied to social insurance numbers? Would that be possible? Well, I think I'll give the same answer as before. I'm not an expert when it comes to social insurance numbers, but we always recommend that people use two-factor authentication if they can. It's not perfect, but it does increase the level of security. I want to come to this issue of a single identifier. This is something we talked about in previous committee meetings. We talked about what happens in Estonia. This is a model based on open banking, where all kinds of information is centralized, and and people have access to that information by having this single identifier, the single number. Now, I mean, regardless of what you call it, I mean, a social insurance number is also a single identifier. So it's all well and good to have the best, most modern system in existence. But if you have a single identifier or not, that information is always vulnerable, correct? Yes. Well, if you look internationally, and I won't name any countries, but there are a number of countries that have attempted to have a single national identification number. Some have done very well with that, some less well, because as you said, that's one single piece of information and it can be very vulnerable. Do you have numbers for your employees? Yes, we do. And what do you do to protect against an employee that may be malevolent? Well, we have a very comprehensive security program that starts with hiring practices. Of course, there's a whole culture of security in our organization, which includes safety for the staff, for information and data. We have all kinds of processes in place, and it's an evergreen system. It's constantly updated. So we do update things periodically. So it's very vast and complex, but it is an investment that is worthwhile. Is this just your culture, or do you think that other people have adopted this culture? Well, I think we have a modern approach. We don't have any monopoly on this approach. There was a report published by Public Safety that laid out similar steps, and it's a really excellent reference, and it deals with aspects of our model.
3 minutes. Mr. Fortin, we have a few minutes. Do you want to ask a couple minutes questions?
Yes, please.
Mr. Dubé.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et rapidement,
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Boucher, I didn't have a chance to ask you a question earlier. So in the 3 minutes that I have here, I have 3 questions. First, when your colleague Scott Jones appeared before the committee, in the study that we mentioned previously, he said that it's important for institutions and companies affected by a data breach, report them. The committee made a recommendation that you said was a bit vague. So do you think that we need to continue, that people need to continue to report these breaches to the police to minimize the impact that it will have on Canadians? And that leads me to my second question for Mr. Flynn. The second question is, should we be dealing with these threats the same way we deal with physical threats? Given that this information will remain on the internet forever, if somebody makes a physical threat, there is a sense of urgency in the police investigation. So should we apply the same principle to cases like this, where, we saw that Desjardins contacted the SQ in December? And final question, when it comes to background checks and ongoing security checks, should those become the norm now that there are individuals who have a lot of expertise in this? So for the first question, reporting incidents. Once again, our recommendation is to is to focus on prevention, rather. So if there is an incident, we always recommend that people report the incident and share that information at the very least with their community, because everyone can learn from those incidents, and also report it to us. So we try to gather together all of these incidents and try to find the common points, and then to try to increase security at a national level. So yes.
Cyber harm. I agree with you. It's a very difficult thing to understand. We struggle in policing to determine where are we going to apply our resources, because we always look at where we're going to be able to have the most significant impact on reducing the harm. If you look at fraud is a very large and significant threat in Canada and globally. It is difficult to measure $400,000 worth of fraud or $2 million worth of fraud against a physical threat or a homicide assault against an individual. We struggle with that, but I can tell you that we're aware of it, and we are examining how we measure that risk and how we prioritize.
Est-ce qu'il serait, si vous me permettez, parce que j'avais la dernière question pertinente.
Do you think it would be a good idea to consider that, you know, the impact on a victim's life is essentially permanent?
Yes, it's absolutely a consideration.
Mr. Dubé. Mr. Fortin, 2 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Monsieur,
Mr. Flynn, briefly. No, I only have 2 minutes, so I do have to be brief here. I also hope that I'll have a chance to ask Mr. Boucher a question. In the last 2 years, 19 million Canadians have been affected by fraud because of Equifax. Last year, there were about 80,000 people at BMO. This year, there was Desjardins. So could you briefly tell me, has there been an increase in crimes linked to the use of that data?
The specific data from those compromises?
those are, mais de ce type de crime-là.
Yes, for that type of crime.
We are seeing fraud utilizing information that is compromised in operations being utilized. The RCMP had a successful investigation into leaksource.com that was reselling some of the information from the large compromises that were made public. And there was a guilty plea in that case, and that is not an unusual circumstance in that somebody is reselling that. So we are seeing that occur.
Mais l'utilisation de ces données-là, est-ce que
But the use of that data, has it increased the rate of crime with the use of stolen data? Have you taken note of that?
So I haven't taken note specifically of the rate of crime, but it is certainly a type of crime that we are seeing.
OK. Et rapidement, pour monsieur,
And quickly for Mr. Boucher. Mr. Boucher, in your written statement, you say you have 3 recommendations, but the second was to invest so that people have the means to take action, training, awareness, etc. Currently, does the federal government have a budget to invest in a relationship with the government of Quebec in order to improve security for Quebecers? I can talk about my organization, and we have a national responsibility, including working with our Quebec partners to invest in education and training. We offer our services to Quebec businesses as well. I just have 2 minutes, so I'll just step in. Are there projects to invest? Do you have numbers for me? The federal government has X million dollars to work on a training program with Quebec in the area of cybercrime. I don't have that with me today.
Before I suspend, I just wanted to go to point 3 of your presentation, Mr. Boucher, where you say, identify and protect critical assets, know where your key data lives, protect it and monitor the protection, be ready to respond. In other words, zero trust, which is what we've heard for the last 6 months. Now, is that the standard by which any financial institution, let alone Desjardins, should be held?
I think every large enterprise has to measure its own key assets and the value of those assets and make a risk-based decision on how much they're going to invest to protect those assets. Starting from a position of zero trust is the reality of today's complex environment we live in. Don't assume your system is going to work on its own. It takes a holistic investment in a security program, in the right people, in the right processes, and the right technology. And the sum of these things will prosecute.
So that's a consensus standard among the cyber community, if you will, your point number 3, zero trust.
It is a consensus that you have to invest in all these aspects, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Boucher. With that, we're going to suspend colleagues. Now, we are scheduled to hear government officials. Nothing more, okay. We are actually making some decent progress here. So I'm assuming, and I don't know quite correctly, whether if I suspend for 2 or 3 minutes, we can re-empanel with the government witnesses and keep on moving. Is that agreeable to colleagues? Okay, with that, we will suspend and re-empanel with the government witnesses. Thank you. And I want to thank the officials for their flexibility and ask them to indulge the committee in further potential flexibility as we are awaiting the arrival of the representatives of Desjardins. So what I'm going to do is ask the various representatives of Canada Revenue, Department of Finance, Department of Employment and Social Development, and Office of Superintendent of Financial Institutions for brief statements. If in fact the representatives of Desjardins who are under some time constraints do arrive at the end of those statements, I'm going to suspend for a moment, ask you folks to take your seats in the back of the room and deal with Desjardins for a period of time, and then after that ask you to come back and the members will have questions. So if that's an acceptable way, even if it's not an acceptable way to proceed, that's how we're going to proceed. So with that, I'll just simply go in the order of Canada Revenue, Department of Finance, whoever wants to make their statement first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will go first.
Okay.
If that's all right. Monsieur le Président, je m'appelle Annette Ryan.
Mr. Chair, my name is Annette Ryan. I am Associate Assistant Deputy Minister, Financial Sector Policy Branch with the Department of Finance. I will be joined by Rob Sample, Director General, Financial Stability and Capitals Markets Division, and Judy Cameron, Managing Director, Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, and her colleague, as described. We are pleased to appear before you today.
That I believe are pertinent to the issues before you. Specifically, I will clarify the roles of government departments and agencies and private sector actors within the federal financial sector framework, and update the committee on efforts being undertaken by the Department of Finance, federal regulatory agencies, and banks in support of cybersecurity and data protection. Protecting the privacy and security of Canadians' personal and financial data is an objective shared by both levels of government and the private sector, and one that's crucial for maintaining continued trust in Canada's banking system. I'll address the roles within the federal government and then discuss provincial government and private sector roles. Department of Finance, along with federal financial sector oversight agencies, have responsibility for the laws and regulations that govern Canada's federally regulated banking system. We collectively set expectations and oversee implementation to ensure that operational risks related to cybersecurity and privacy are properly managed by the financial institutions that we regulate. The Minister of Finance has overarching responsibility for the stability and integrity of Canada's financial system. Cybersecurity is a primary aspect of financial sector stability as it ensures the sector remains resilient in the face of cyber threats and attacks. In turn, public safety has recognized financial services as a critically important sector within its wider national critical infrastructure strategy. Department of Finance works closely with a range of partners responsible for financial regulation and cybersecurity, both domestically and internationally, to ensure that the sector is adopting appropriate cyber resiliency and data protection practices, and that the specific needs of the financial sector are considered within economy-wide policies and statutes that relate to cyber and data security. I'll describe the general responsibilities among financial regulators. The Office of Superintendent of Financial Institutions is the prudential regulator of federally regulated financial institutions. This includes banks. OSFI develops standards and rules for managing cyber risks, as is consistent with its wider oversight of operational risks that institutions must manage. Bank of Canada monitors financial market infrastructures, such as payment systems, to enhance resilience to cyber threats, and the bank coordinates sector-wide responses to systemic-level operational incidents. Other federal agencies have responsibilities for laws of general application in respect of privacy. The Office of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada oversees the bank's compliance with Canada's private sector privacy legislation, the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, known as PIPEDA. PIPEDA sets out requirements that businesses must follow when collecting, using, or disclosing personal data in the course of commercial activities. This includes putting in place appropriate security safeguards to protect personal data against loss, theft, or unauthorized disclosure. Department of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development has overall policy responsibility for PIPEDA. In November of 2018, the Government of Canada implemented amendments to PIPEDA related to data breach reporting requirements and associated monetary penalties for failing to report. As you've just heard, other federal departments and agencies, including Public Safety, Canadian Cyber Centre, and the RCMP, share responsibilities with respect to broader Government of Canada cyber security initiatives. Il est important de noter que la responsabilité
It is important to note that supervisory responsibility for the financial sector in Canada is divided between federal and provincial governments. Provinces are responsible for the supervision of securities dealers, mutual fund and investment advisors, provincial credit unions, and provincially incorporated trust, loan, and insurance companies. Accordingly, federal and provincial financial sector authorities have protocols in place for information sharing, particularly where matters of financial stability are concerned. Financial institutions themselves, of course, are most immediately responsible for maintaining cyber and data security on a day-to-day basis, directly managing operational risks through an extensive series of protective and preventative measures, both individually and through industry-level cooperation. These are supported by policies and standards that are continually updated to address the evolving threat landscape and remain in line with industry best practices.
Threat. I will focus on some of the steps being taken by the Government of Canada, financial sector, regulatory agencies, and the banks to ensure cybersecurity in the financial sector. Budget 2018, the federal government invested over $500 million in cybersecurity, and in October of 2018, it established the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, which serves as a single window of technical expertise and advice to Canadians, governments, and businesses. The Centre defends against cyber threat actors that target Canadian businesses, including federally or provincially regulated financial institutions, for their customer data, financial information, and payment systems. Efforts to address cybercrime have been further bolstered by the newly created National Cybercrime Coordination Unit within the RCMP, which provides a national cybercrime reporting mechanism for Canadians, including incidents related to data breaches or financial fraud. More recently, in Budget 2019, the government proposed legislation and funding to protect critical cyber systems in the Canadian financial, telecommunications, energy, and transport sectors. Nos collègues du secrétariat du
Our colleagues at the Treasury Board Secretariat continue their work with provincial governments, financial institutions, and federal partners toward a pan-Canadian trust framework for digital identity, with the goal of strengthening digital ID protection in the context of cyber threats.
OSFI published new expectations on technology and cybersecurity breach reporting via the Technology and Cybersecurity Incident Reporting Advisory. This is intended to help OSFI identify areas where banks can take steps to proactively prevent cyber incidents, or in cases where an incident has occurred, to improve their cyber resiliency. While the first objective is to prevent data breaches, the reality is that these events happen and are not localized to the financial sector. Having said this, when cyber events occur at a federally regulated financial institution, control and oversight mechanisms are in place to manage them. To summarize, cybersecurity is an area of critical importance for the Department of Finance. We are actively working with partners across government and in the private sector to ensure that Canadians are well protected from cyber incidents, and that when incidents do occur, they're managed in a way that mitigates the impact to consumers and the financial sector as a whole. Thank you for your time. We're happy to take questions.
Merci, Madame Ryan. Je crois...
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. I believe now we have Ms. Boisjoli. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Elise Boisjoli. I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of Employment and Social Development and Service Canada. I'm accompanied by Ms. Annick Dupont, who is responsible for the Social Insurance Number program. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. My remarks today will focus on the Social Insurance Number. Specifically, I will clarify what the Social Insurance Number is and provide information on its issuance and use, inform the Committee on privacy protection related to the Social Insurance Number, and provide information on our approach in the case of data breach. So, the SIN is a file identifier used by the Government of Canada to coordinate the administration of federal benefits and services and the revenue system. The SIN number is required for every person working in insurable or pensionable employment in Canada and to file income tax returns. It is issued prior to your first job, when you first arrive in Canada, or even at birth. During the last fiscal year, over 1.6 million social insurance numbers were issued. The social insurance number is used, among other things, to deliver over $120 billion in benefits and to collect over $300 billion in taxes. It facilitates information sharing to enable the provision of benefits and services to Canadians throughout their life, such as Canada child care benefits, student loans, employment insurance, and pensions. As such, the social insurance number is assigned to an individual for life. The social insurance number is not a national identifier and cannot be used to obtain identification. In fact, it is not even used by all programs and services within the federal government, only a certain number of them. The SIN alone is never sufficient to access a government program or benefit or obtain credit or services in the private sector. Additional information is always required.
Commonplace, the Government of Canada follows strong and established procedures to protect the personal information of individuals. My colleague mentioned the Privacy Act and the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Acts, which the latest being administered by Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, provide the legal framework for the collection, retention, use, disclosure, and disposition of personal information in the administration of programs by government institution and the private sector, respectively. As my colleague mentioned, on November 1st, 2018, a new amendment to the the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act came into force that requires organizations that experience a data breach and have reason to believe there's a real risk of significant harm to notify the Office of the Privacy Commissioner, the affected individual, and associated organization as soon as is feasible. Violating this provision may result in fine up to $100,000 per offense. At Employment and Social Development Canada, we have internal monitoring strategies, privacy policies, directive and information tools for privacy management, as well as a departmental code of conduct and mandatory training for employees on protecting personal information. We believe that any security breach affecting the social insurance number is very serious, and in fact, we ourselves are not immune to such a situation. For example, in 2012, the personal information of Canada's student loan borrowers was potentially compromised. The breach was a catalyst for further improvements to information management practices within the department. Preventing social insurance number fraud starts with education and awareness. This is why our website and communication material include information that can help Canadians better understand the steps they should take to protect their social insurance number. Canadians can visit the department websites, call us, or visit us at one of our Service Canada Centre to learn how to best protect themselves. It is important to note that protecting the information of Canadians is a shared responsibility between the government, the private sector, and the individual. We strongly discourage Canadians from giving out their social insurance number unless they are sure it is legally required to do so or satisfied that it's necessary. And Canadians should also actively monitor their financial information, including contacting Canada's Credit Bureau. La perte d'un numéro d'assurance.
A loss of a social insurance number does not automatically mean that a fraud has or will occur. However, should Canadians notice any fraudulent activity related to their social insurance number, they should act quickly to minimize the potential impact by reporting any incidents to the police, contacting the Privacy Commissioner and the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre, and informing Service Canada. In cases where there is evidence of the SIN being used for fraudulent purposes, Service Canada works closely with those affected. Despite the number of breaches over the past 5 years, the number of Canadians who have had their SIN replaced by Service Canada due to fraud has remained consistent at approximately 60% since 2014. That said, we understand that many Canadians have signed a petition asking Service Canada to issue new social insurance numbers for those impacted by this data breach. The main reason we do not automatically issue a new SIN in these circumstances is simple. Getting a new SIN will not protect individuals from fraud. The former social insurance number continues to exist and is linked to the individual. If an unauthorized person uses someone else's former social insurance number and the business does not check the person's identity, credit lenders may still ask them to pay the fraudster's debts. It would be the individual's responsibility as well to provide their new social insurance number to each of their financial institutions, creditors, pension providers, employers, current and past, and any other organizations. Failing to do so properly, risks not receiving benefits or leaves the door open to subsequent fraud or identity theft. It would also mean doubling the monitoring. Individuals would still need to monitor their accounts and credit reports for both social insurance numbers on a regular and ongoing basis. Multiple social insurance numbers increases the risk of potential subsequent fraud. Active monitoring through credit bureaus, as well as regular reviewing of bank and credit card statements, remains the best protection from fraud.
En terminant, la protection.
To conclude, protecting the integrity of the social insurance number is critical to us. I can assure you that we'll continue to take all necessary action to do so, including considering advice from this committee and others on how best to improve. So, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Merci, Madame Boisjoli.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who wanted to speak before we move to questions? Yes. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to committee members.
Public Affairs Branch and the Chief Privacy Officer for the Canada Revenue Agency. Here with me today is my colleague Jillian Pranke, who is the Deputy Assistant Commissioner of the Assessment, Benefit and Service Branch at the CRA. The CRA is an organization that touches the lives of virtually all Canadians. We're one of the largest holders of personal information in the Government of Canada. We process more than 28 million individual income tax returns annually. It's therefore critical that the CRA have an extensive privacy framework in place to manage and protect personal information for all Canadians. Monsieur le Président, l'intégrité en milieu.
Mr. Chair, integrity in the workplace is the cornerstone of our culture. We help people by providing clear guidelines and ensuring that we protect confidentiality and security. And that's how we protect organizations and data. The organization has to respect the Privacy Act and associated Treasury Board policies and directives for the management and protection of Canadians' personal data. Section 241 of the Income Tax Act also imposes confidentiality requirements on its employees and others who have access to taxpayer information. The CRA also adheres to the policy on government security and direction provided by lead security agencies like the Communications Centre Establishment of Canada, CSEC, and the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, whom you heard from earlier. In April 2013, the CRA appointed its first Chief Privacy Officer, or CPO, who is also responsible for the access to information and privacy functions with the CRA.
Chief Privacy Officer is to ensure that the CRA's respect for the privacy of the information it holds is reinforced and strengthened by overseeing decisions related to privacy, including assessing the privacy impacts of our programs, championing privacy rights within the agency, including managing internal privacy breaches when they occur, and reporting to CRA senior management on the state of privacy management at the agency. Our responsibility for sound privacy management goes beyond appointing a Chief Privacy Officer, though. It's a responsibility that all employees share. Protecting the CRA's integrity includes ensuring that we have the proper systems in place to safeguard sensitive information from external threats. Agency networks and workstations are equipped with malware and virus detection and removal software, which are updated daily and protect the CRA environment from the increasing threat of malicious code and viruses. Pour ce qui est des employés de l'agence, leurs ordinateurs sont dotés d'un.
In terms of employees, computers are secured with a suite of security products ranging from antivirus software to host intrusion software. Malicious or potentially malicious internet sites, email, like spam, and email attachments are blocked to ensure the CRA's environment remains secure. And in terms of online transactions, we ensure that all sensitive information is encrypted when it's transmitted between a taxpayer's computer and our web servers. Regardless of how Canadians choose to interact with the CRA, they must complete a two-step authentication process before gaining access to their account. These steps are crucial to making sure that access to personal information is only available to authorized individuals. The process includes validation of a number of personal and confidential data points, including a person's SIN, their month and year of birth, and information from the previous year's income tax return.
We will shortly also be implementing a new personal identification number for taxpayers who choose to use it when calling the individual inquiries line. In addition, the CRA is currently examining additional security procedures to safeguard the information of taxpayers. And as cybercrime and phishing scams become more sophisticated and commonplace, the CRA is being proactive in warning the public about fraudulent communications claiming to be from the CRA. One very simple way that taxpayers can safeguard against fraudulent activity is to sign up for My Account, or for businesses to sign up for My Business Account, so that they can use the CRA's secure portals to access and manage their tax affairs easily and securely. When an individual is signed up for My Account, they can also sign up for online mail in order to receive account alerts informing them about possible scams or other fraudulent activity that may affect them. CRA is proud of its reputation as a leading-edge organization committed to excellence in administering the Canada's tax system. However, inappropriate fraudulent activity can occur in the workplace. CRA has incorporated a broad array of checks and balances to ensure that those who access taxpayer information are strictly limited to employees required to do so as part of their job and to detect misconduct when it does occur. La surveillance de l'accès des employés au renseignement des.
Monitoring of employees' access to taxpayer information is centralized, ensuring an independent process that enables the CRA to detect and address any suspect transactions in our systems. This provides assurance that authorized users are accessing only the applications and data they are allowed to access based on business rules.
The CRA implemented a new enterprise fraud management solution which complements existing security controls and further reduces the risk of unauthorized access and privacy breaches. This solution enables proactive monitoring and detection of unauthorized access by CRA employees. Any allegations or suspicions of employee misconducts are taken very seriously and are thoroughly investigated. When wrongdoing or misconduct is founded, appropriate measures are taken, up to and including termination of employment. And if criminal activity is suspected, the matter is referred to the proper authorities. Au moment de leur embauche, les employés de l'agence doivent attester.
Upon hiring, CRA employees are required to read and acknowledge the CRA's Code of Integrity and Professional Conduct and the Values and Ethics Code for the public sector. The code clearly outlines the expected standard of conduct, including the obligation to protect taxpayer information in accordance with Section 241 of the Income Tax Act. Unauthorized access to taxpayer information is considered to be serious misconduct, as reflected in the CRA's Directive on Discipline.
Employees are aware that the obligation to protect taxpayer information continues even after they leave the CRA. And all employees are asked to review and affirm their obligations under the CRA's Code of Integrity every year. In the event a privacy breach does occur, it is assessed in accordance with TBS policy and procedures to document and evaluate all potential risks to the affected individual. In such a case, the CRA offers support to the affected individuals through a dedicated agency representative so that the client has the opportunity to ask questions and find information, as well as on a case-by-case basis, get access to free credit protection services. On the rare occasion when taxpayers' information is confirmed to have been compromised, the CRA will act to resolve all outstanding issues, and this includes reviewing all fraudulent activity which may have occurred on the account, including fraudulent refund payments. Monsieur le Président, l'agence est fermement résolue.
Mr. Chair, at the CRA, we're deeply committed to safeguarding the trust Canadians place in our organization and to meeting their expectations that we have the right checks and balances in place to secure the information entrusted to us. We've worked hard to earn the public's trust, and we recognize that trust is at the foundation of our voluntary tax assessment system.
And we safeguarded by remaining vigilant in our efforts to protect taxpayers from security breaches and to protect Canada's tax administration system from misconduct and criminal wrongdoing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Merci, Monsieur Guénette. Donc, s'il n'y a personne d'autre.
Thank you, Mr. Gannett. If there's no one else who wishes to speak, we'll move on to questions. Mr. Drouin, you have 7 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank all of the witnesses for being here. I know that we didn't give you guys much warning that you would be appearing before the committee. And I want to start off by saying that I myself am a victim of the data breach at Desjardins, and a number of my constituents are as well. Ms. Boisjoli, you mentioned an online petition to change, or rather to issue new social insurance numbers. So could you explain to the committee, why would social insurance numbers not be changed? Why does that complicate the situation? Why wouldn't that provide more security to Canadians? Thank you very much for the question. I briefly mentioned that in my speech, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to elaborate. So, to start, it's important to remember that a data breach doesn't necessarily mean that there has been any fraud or identity theft committed. That's the first thing. If you look at a change to a social insurance number, we wouldn't automatically do that in a data breach situation like this, because it wouldn't necessarily prevent future fraud. It doesn't really solve the problem, and it doesn't address the risk created by the data breach. So let me explain further. If a credit office, or if you hadn't changed your social insurance number and the credit office was still using your old number, you wouldn't necessarily be able to get credit. Or if a lender doesn't properly investigate the identity, a fraudster would be able to borrow money in your name, and the lender could then come back to you and require the debt to be repaid. So if the lender doesn't do the proper identity checks, there could be fraud. The second reason is that it can create serious problems in terms of accessing benefits and services. As I said in my speech, people who were affected by this need to prevent or need to warn institutions, creditors, past and future employers, the pension systems that they're associated with, and so on, that this has happened. So all of those institutions need to be informed. And so that could potentially lead to you not getting your pension, or they may not be able to understand that you are entitled to certain benefits. At the federal level, of course, we share information with the CRA and other departments, but some of these changes could be done manually, and there could be mistakes made that would then make it more difficult to calculate your EI benefits or other benefits. And if you forget to contact one employer, well, there's a lot of work to be done there too. And that employer could make a mistake when calculating EI benefits or other benefits, old age security, and so on. So having a new social insurance number would not necessarily protect one's privacy. But why is that done in cases where there's proven fraud? So why provide a second social insurance number in those cases? So if there is proven fraud, then we look at the type of fraud committed. We have a conversation with the citizen. Often the citizen doesn't want to change the social insurance number. They may sign up with a credit verification company, and that's actually better in terms of protection. So often that's what the citizen decides to do. In a very few cases, maybe 60 cases per year in the last few years, people, because of the type of fraud committed, they absolutely want to change the number. And in those cases, we do allow them to change their social insurance number, but we explain to them very clearly that that won't necessarily solve the problem. A pragmatic question here. Citizens who are in the same situation as me, they know that there is maybe some potential for fraud, but we don't know if it's going to happen. So how do I inform the authorities like CRA that my social insurance number may be compromised, may be used fraudulently? Do I call Service Canada to tell them, look, I don't know yet, but my social insurance number might be used illegitimately? Should I inform Service Canada? Is there a process that I can follow to do that? Absolutely. Well, I'll say two things. First, we received a little over 1,400 direct requests since this data breach, since it was made public, rather. And we've received about 1,400, 1,500 requests. Citizens called us, trying to figure out how they could better protect their information. We provided them with information. And often, citizens follow our advice. In other words, they verify their bank transactions. And if they see any suspicious activity, then there are clear steps that they can follow to see if there are any suspicious transactions. Now, if those suspicious things are detected, then we inform Service Canada, and then we take steps to help them. Now, there were 29 organizations that allow Canadians to disclose their social insurance number, like banks and so on. What is Service Canada doing to ensure that Canadians really know that, okay, yes, I know that in this case I can provide my social insurance number compared to another situation where, this person shouldn't be asking me? And when there are organizations that are asking for social insurance numbers when they aren't supposed to, what's my recourse? Well, we have information on this on our website, and we provide it on our telephone lines as well. We provide information to Canadians about who they can give their SIN to. And we tell citizens who they should and should not be giving the number to. There are some organizations that are regulated and that are authorized to ask for SIN numbers. For example, banks, creditors, and so on. If someone asks for the social insurance number, but they're not on the list, the individual can refuse. The individual can also ask to have further information from the person asking. For example, if somebody wants to check the credit, the individual can simply provide a credit report rather than providing the social insurance number. Merci.
It's helpful if the witnesses kind of look at the chair from time to time so that I can go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
These glasses just...
Okay, Monsieur Paulus, 7 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
7 minutes, Mr. Paulus. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here today. Well, you know, it seems like the 12 labors of Hercules here, you know, the problem here is that people don't really know what might happen. And that's why you're here, so that we can get information. Now, in terms of social insurance numbers, we understand that there are measures in place. I want to know, are there other things that should be done in the future to change the system, to do what other countries are doing, for example, having different types of identifiers? And secondly, you said that there are about 60 cases per year, but here we're talking about 2.9 million people who lost their data. So do you anticipate a major increase in the number of requests to have new social insurance numbers issued? Mr. Gannett, another question. People watching today want to know what to do. I think you have a good solution here. And that's great, because we need to hear solutions. Now, if we open my account on CRA, for example, you can get notifications and alerts and so on. So this has been going on for 3 weeks. Today we're having an emergency meeting. Why have there not been notifications issued to the public earlier where saying, you know, this is what the Government of Canada can do to help you? Madame Boisjoli, to start. Yes, thank you. To answer your first question concerning new measures, I think that any incident like this gives us the opportunity to review our privacy and security measures. Our colleagues who spoke to you before talked a lot about prevention in cybersecurity, how you always have to be one step ahead. And so that's really how we see things. My colleague mentioned the Treasury Board, which looks at the management of identity. That's their mandate. So they look at how we can better respond to issues of identity theft. They've got pilot projects with the provinces and so on. So we participate in those fora, and we really try to see what we can do to protect digital identity. In terms of your second question, you asked about the number of cases. Over the last 14, 15 years, there were a number of cases that we've been aware of. And if I look at the numbers, I think there are already millions of people affected. But despite this, the number of people asking for a new SIN is actually still relatively low. So I can't answer your question because I can't tell the future, but I can say that there have been a number of cases and the number has held fairly constant.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. As Ms. Boisjoli said, it's always a good opportunity to remind people of what they can do. During the tax season, we had advertising campaigns and initiatives on the web to remind people of the services that exist for them. But of course, there's always more work to be done in that regard. We're always looking for opportunities to communicate more about this. But for the case before us now, it's crisis management. We're here to see if the federal level can help people, and Desjardins is doing what it can on its side to address the situation. But now with all of the government agencies, what can be done proactively? Because what I'm seeing is measures are in place between agencies, but there aren't really active measures to help people aside from getting the message out. But there's my question. Why, in your opinion, is the government so passive? Is it because there's nothing that needs to be done? Or are there solutions? We're looking for solutions because people are concerned. People are worried. If you say the agencies in place don't have the means or the tools to help, then we'll look for other solutions. Or Desjardins' solution with Equifax, is that enough in your experience? With your appraisal of the situation, we want to reassure people. We don't want just to say just anything. To answer that question, currently the investigation is underway, but the investigation has nothing to do with this. We know that the data is out there, but that's not what concerns us at the moment. We know that there's somewhere on this planet that has our information and can do us harm, steal our identity. We want to know if our agencies can take action proactively or not. If not, what can be done? You have a solution for my case. That's one thing that can be communicated with people. It should be done quickly because people aren't very pleased about this during their summer holiday. Can anything else be done? The SIN issue was raised everywhere, and you're responsible for that issue. You said there's nothing to do or not in that way. Those are the answers we need. But we need to leave here saying, here's what the government can do to help Desjardins and to help those 2.9 million people. There's a lot of internal protocols, but for the average mortal, they need to have clear answers. I know you're telling us what you can, but at the end of the day, we need to know what to do. I can assure you that there are many proactive discussions about this. And for our agency, as I said in my opening remarks, SIN, the address, date of birth, those are some of the indicators that we need to be identified within the agency. And it also requires information about income tax filing from previous years. And from what we've understood, it's not part of the information that was leaked from Desjardins. But once again, the investigation is still underway. Yes, that doesn't really change things, as I've said. How much time do I have left? Just a few seconds. If there's identity theft, what's the first thing that a person needs to do? Call the police? Yes, the police. Thank you, Mr. Palus. Mr. Dubé. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all of you for taking the time to be here today. Ms. Boisjoli, you said something when you answered Mr. Drouin, and you said that a leak doesn't necessarily lead to identity theft, and that's what brings us here today. People want to prevent identity theft. That's the main concern. And within that context, I have a number of questions. The first is, you mentioned that people should report suspicious activities linked to their social insurance number. I'm a federal legislator, and I don't know what suspicious activity would be in regards to my social insurance number, because very often my personal experience with people around me, well, I've never been affected by fraud, thank God, but I know people who have. And for those people, they end up with like a cell phone bill or a credit card statement or something from Canadian Tire that doesn't make any sense. And then they've got debts that aren't really theirs. So could you tell me, what is suspicious activity linked to a social insurance number? Yes, thank you for your question. I think you mentioned a number of suspicious activities. What we're asking people to do is to protect themselves as they can with a credit rating agency so that their transactions can be followed as closely as possible. They should be looking at their banking transactions, their credit card statements, and if they see, as you've said, that there's a transaction that they didn't do, well, then they should be contacting us. I'll just interrupt you because my time is limited. These suspicious transactions that may be found on a credit card statement could be linked to anything. It could be somebody who stole your mail, your address. There's a number of ways that this can be done. There are easier ways to obtain the information. And it's part of the leak. So we have additional information. The person has additional information, and so they're able, with all of the information that's been stolen, in the case before us, it would be easy to call Revenue Canada and obtain a new password. There's all of the information necessary to do that if there's the whole file on someone. That's the most important thing. It's the number of identifiers. Verifying a person's identity is the responsibility of each organization. My colleague said that we also need to have a line from the income tax filing, and then there's an access code. There are two numbers there. So to verify identity, we need to ask questions that are secret, that are only shared with the people we know. And then we're able to better verify the identity of people and to provide services. So you couldn't call Service Canada, for example, and obtain employment insurance with the information that was leaked. For the matter of changing or obtaining a new social insurance number, I have a bit of a hard time understanding, because I think the argument is that it becomes complicated for people. But the question I'm asking is it a matter of efficiency for the social insurance number? It's to facilitate dealings with the government. So I'd like to make a comparison that might be inexact, but if I see I have a problem with my credit card today, the bank or the credit card company is still able to transfer an amount to make a connection between legitimate connections on my credit card, where the fraud happened, and the new number I have afterward. Why is it that a financial institution can do that, but you're not able to say there's X number that represents this person, the number is compromised, there's a new number, and if my employer, for my pension has dealings with you, why are you not able to tie the former and new number and know that it's the same person, perhaps do additional verification because the number is compromised, but I don't see what the problem is here. Thank you for the question. At the beginning, you said that the first reason that we don't automatically issue a social insurance number is because it could be difficult. It could make things difficult for people. And I think the main reason is that it wouldn't necessarily prevent fraud. And I think that's important to note. People need to continue to verify their old social insurance number because it still exists. I don't want to interrupt you, but with that logic, if I lose my credit card, it might not have been stolen. Maybe it fell down a sewer and we'll never see it and it won't be used. But I would still call the bank, call Visa or whoever, and cancel my card and do those verifications. But then I would have the peace of mind that I'm protected. Why not use the same logic for a person who's the victim of an identity theft? I wanted someone who wants to do everything they can and change their credit cards like we do when we lose our wallet. Why not proceed in the same way? For the social insurance number, it's not like a credit card, which is the sole identifier of that person with the bank. It's an identifier that's used by employers you've dealt with since you've been on the labor market. It's used by different programs and services, and we don't have an IT system that would connect all of those systems to update the social insurance number for employers or different groups and programs that use the social insurance number currently. So it's work that would be done manually. We don't know all of the employers. And within the federal government, it would be done manually, which we've done in a small number of cases. There's a risk of error. And I would just share with the committee, I have less than a minute left. I don't want to be caught up in the technical details, but I want to better understand. How would it work if an employer wants to use the number? The employer needs escalation when you go up the ladder. But to come back on what Mr. Polis said, because I think he's right, when there are floods, law enforcement and the government of Quebec, for example, they do public consultations on site so that people can get around. And Mr. Guinette, what you've said is of interest, but advertising on social media might not be enough. Given the scope of the theft and the leak, have you considered organizing consultations in person, for example, in Quebec, in Longueuil, in Montreal,
question, but not left any time for an answer, so you'll have to work it in some other place. And usually you're so good, Mr. Dubé. Okay. Madame Lapointe, 7 minutes. Bienvenue au comment.
Welcome to the committee. 7 minutes, Ms. Lapointe. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. It was a pleasure for me to replace a permanent committee member. It's not usually my committee, but I agreed to come because I've heard in Rivière-du-Mille, just north of Montreal, a lot of people talking about this, and people are very concerned. It's something that's come up again and again since Parliament adjourned on June 20th. So that's why I was glad to come, even though I don't have all of the background knowledge of my colleagues here. But I was glad to come. And Ms. Ryan, earlier you said that the Finance Department create the rules for the banking system. And you talked about the Canadian banking system. But later you said that the Canadian financial sector was managed by the federal and provincial levels. And if we talk about Quebec, they have a whole scope of supervision over companies like Desjardins. It's under provincial management. Earlier I was talking about my constituents, and I'm part of those 2.9 million people, myself and my family, and it's of great concern to us. What will be the repercussions later on in my life? Have you had requests from Desjardins? Because earlier Mr. Guinette was saying there were proactive discussions between departments. But has Desjardins communicated with you to obtain additional information?
Thank you for the question. To the extent that Desjardins is largely provincially regulated, their first point of contact with a government regulator would be with the Autorité des marchés financiers in Quebec. And when I spoke of the system of banking rules and regulations in place federally, that applies to the institutions that have elected to be federally regulated. To the extent that largely Desjardins is regulated provincially, many of the operational requirements put in place in advance of this incident would have been worked through with the Autorité des marchés financiers. So my colleague from OSFI can speak to how that is put in place at the federal level. In the incident, the institution stepped forward, took a number of responsible measures very quickly to be transparent about the leak. That is consistent both with provincial law and federal law in terms of privacy. And the Office of the Privacy Commissioner federally and provincially have struck a joint investigation to look into this incident. But many of the provisions for not just the conduct of the financial regulation of Desjardins, but also the consumer protections are provincial in this case. So we can speak to the federal system, but I would direct many of the questions that you would have to the responsable at the provincial level.
J'aurais une autre question. Les bureaux de crédit sont...
I have another question. Credit agencies are under federal responsibility?
In this
Oui,
case,
OK.
provincial.
OK. Est-ce que Equifax a communiqué avec vous? Est-ce qu'ils ont eu des communications avec vous?
Has Equifax been in touch with you?
With us for the department, and they are largely regulated for consumer issues at the provincial level for this.
Merci. J'aurais une question à M. Guinette.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Guinette. I have a number of questions. I might get back to you, Ms. Ryan, but I'm almost at half of my time. Mr. Guinette, earlier you talked about external rules for the protection in the case of identity theft, but internally, you didn't talk about that much. How does it work at the Canada Revenue Agency? What are the internal rules? If what happened in the case before us today is principally an internal theft of data, how does it work within Canada Revenue Agency? The people who enter the system, employees who work at the CRA, how does it work with them? You've talked about centralizing techniques if necessary and strict rules, but I'd like to hear more about that. Can people use their electronic equipment when they're dealing with the CRA? I'd like to know more about that. Thank you for your question. We have security at a number of levels, of course. I'm going to use an English term. We have screen for the staff we hire. There are people who have more access, and those are people who have the secret clearing. And there are physical measures in place as well. So people who work at the call center and have access to screens where there's information on taxpayers are not allowed to have their personal phones with them. So there are measures taken in that regard. In terms of access to taxpayers' information, that is on servers that are not connected to the internet. Those are separate servers. There are mechanisms to ensure that access of employees is reviewed every year or whenever an employee changes position. So access is reviewed on a regular basis by managers. And when we talk about the workload, and I refer to administrative roles, employees, when we give them duties, our system, Enterprise Fraud Management System, I don't have the French term, there's a verification done by an algorithm in real time.
And there are several dozen rules that are identified within that. As an example, one automatic rule that we have is if you as an employee check your own account, it's automatically flagged and the system sees that right away. So an employee who starts looking into work that wasn't actually given to him directly, that will be flagged, and then the supervisor will say, hey, what were you doing? There are screen captures that happen every minute. They can see, what sites were visited, what changes were made. So that was all set up in 2017. And it's a very advanced system. And it allows us to have those security checks. In terms of preventing data breaches, employees can't copy any information to CD, DVD, USB keys, for example. Thank you. Madame Lapointe, then Mr. Motz and Mr. Clark.
Again, thank you, department officials, for being here. I'm going to focus I got two quick questions for the Department of Finance. Now, you see, your first objective is to prevent data breaches. And we know that the reality of these happen and not localized to the financial sector, Ms. Ryan. But having said this, when cyber events occur at a federally regulated institution, which is what we're talking about, control and oversight mechanisms are in place to manage them. Can you explain to Canadians in practical terms what that actually means when you play it out?
Do you want to? I'll take that question. I represent the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, and our mandate is to supervise financial institutions and set rules for them so as to protect the interests of depositors and creditors. So broadly speaking, we're looking at safety and soundness, but we also make sure they comply with all federal rules. So, for example, we expect them to have systems in place to comply with privacy laws. So what we do is we set expectations around what institutions should be doing, such as complying with privacy laws. We also have expect them to do cyber self-assessments to assess their own internal protections against cyber events. and then we supervise them to make sure they are complying with the expectations that we have set out, or to make sure that they have good compliance management systems in place.
So basically just an oversight, like now in this particular circumstance, it's oversight of what's happened to make sure that.
It's oversight of their systems to prevent this, really.
Okay, so that's one question. The other question, Ms. Ryan, or whoever might find it, I'm just gonna read your summary that you gave. Cybersecurity is an area of critical importance for the Department of Finance. We are actively working with partners across government and the private sector to ensure that Canadians are well protected from cyber incidents, and that when incidents do occur, they are managed in a way that mitigates the impact to consumers and the financial sector as a whole. So what does that actually look like to impacted consumers, to consumers at large, to the financial institution, to the banking industry, to various government departments? You can say that. How does it actually look?
So I think that the number of federal partners that you've had as witnesses today speak to that. So the investments in the Cyber Center were part of the first line of defense of strengthening the ability to prevent cyber incidents. And also they focus, as Andre Boucher spoke to, on the appropriate response to a cyber event. This case is a specific type of cyber event, was a breach by an employee. So many of those defenses that have been built by the Cyber Center were not triggered in this case. But the resources of the Cyber Center are complemented by new resources for the RCMP. You heard the RCMP speak to the National Cybercrime Center, their efforts in terms of the Anti-Fraud Center. But we also realize that, a cyber event or a data event does play out on the privacy side. So measures like the new requirements of businesses to notify customers that there has been a breach, that's a key part of this ability for a given citizen to be vigilant about their own finances, to know that they have had important information about them put into play. And a monitoring service like Equifax is important because it helps put that person into the mix to know when something that's being done in their name is not right.
Okay, just one quick follow-up to that. I guess if I was one of the 2.9 million Canadians impacted by this circumstance, and the millions who have already been in this country impacted by data breaches of various varieties, they want assistance in getting their life back. And right now, there's a lot of talk about what that looks like, but in practical terms, Canadians want to know how to get their life back. They want to mitigate the risk and the impact that a breach like this has on their personal life, on their financial future, and that of their family. And so what I'm curious to know, it would seem to be the Department of Finance has a role to play in having a location where Canadians can find the information they need, follow template, call numbers, whatever it may be, to help get their life in order, because this is, and it will be devastating to those who these criminals are going to take advantage of. And so, as government, we have a responsibility to ensure that we protect Canadians as best we can. And this is not going to go away.
I'm going to have to leave it there. I thank you for your witness. Colleagues, I need some guidance here. Our next witness is outside and as you know, is under some time constraints. I propose suspending. The question is, colleagues, do you want to suspend and release these witnesses, or do you want to suspend and ask the witnesses to remain so that the final rounds of questioning can be asked?
If they're willing to stay, I'd like to get to my questions.
Is that the consensus?
Yeah, we'd like to intervene, sir, with those witnesses, please.
Okay, so afterward. So with that, I'm going to suspend. I'm going to ask the witnesses to leave, but to stay. And then after we finish with the next witness, to come back,
Monsieur le Président, que j'aurai des questions pour les témoins, mais je vous laisse décider.
I just wanted to let you know that I will have questions, but you can let me know when I can ask them.
Forward to it, Mr. Fortin. So with that, we'll suspend for a couple of minutes while we re-empanel. Thank you. Witnesses to come forward. Mr. Brune, Mr. Cormier, Monsieur Bethune.
Yeah, I'll see to that. Mr. Chair, if you could ask the media to leave as well, and I'll go around with them.
Why is that?
They shouldn't just have the media.
Okay. So if I could just ask the cameras to leave, please. Thank you. That's all cameras, including the CBC camera. So I want to thank Mr. Cormier and his colleagues for coming. Apparently, you're fairly popular these days. We have encouraged members witnesses to make brief statements. The emphasis is on brief because there's an appetite on the part of members to ask questions. I'm informed of various times by which I believe you, Mr. Cormier, have to leave. And what time is that?
I don't know, around, we were supposed to leave around 4:30, but maybe we can have...
I'd encourage you to stretch that if you may, if you would.
Yeah, probably an hour will be okay.
Okay. I think we can pretty well live with an hour. Possibly your colleagues can stay after you leave. But the issue is that this has been an emergency meeting, and literally people have come from all over Canada to hear what you have to say. So with that, I'll ask you to say whatever remarks that you have, and then we'll turn it over to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur le Président du Comité permanent de la sécurité.
Mr. Chair of the Standing Committee, ladies and gentlemen who are members of the committee, with me this afternoon are two colleagues, Denis Bertillon, the first Executive Vice President and leader and operations, Chief of Operations, and Bernard Brun, Vice President for Government Relations. Straight off, we felt very ambivalent about this exceptional sitting of the committee. We feel that it might appear premature because we are still managing the situation and police investigations are still underway. So we feel it's far too early to do a post-mortem of the situation. but we are committed to telling you everything that we know, but only insofar as that does not harm the investigation. This extraordinary sitting of the committee represents a great opportunity to alert legislators and the public about the issue of protecting private information and the changing nature of digital identity in Canada. And I think that's really what I'm going to focus on in my speech. What happened at Desjardins has happened elsewhere and could happen again elsewhere. In any private organization or public organization that involves managing personal data, this could happen. There are a number of banks around the world, including Chase in the US, SunTrust, Korea, and also government institutions in Canada and the US have experienced this type of situation due to malevolent employees. Managing our organization has over 300 billion in assets, and we were listed by Bloomberg first among the safest financial institutions in North America, even safer than many banks. So I think that indicates that banks are not safe either. I have been working for Desjardins for 27 years. I chose to work for this organization from the get-go because it's a financial organization that is really succeeding, even after 120 years, in dealing with both economic and social aspects in our society. There was one malevolent employee who has now been laid off who is responsible for this. He broke all of the rules of our cooperative. And when we learned about the situation, we took action as soon as possible and as transparently as possible. We did so simply in the interest of protecting our members. That was always our priority. Starting on June 20th, a few days after having learned how vast the problem was, we came out publicly and provided all the information that we had and started working with law enforcement. From that point, we started setting up measures to protect against the data breach. We did everything that we could under the circumstances. We quickly took additional surveillance, or rather monitoring and protection steps to protect our clients. We informed all relevant authorities, including the Privacy Commissioner, the Access to Information Commissioner of Quebec, the Financial Markets Authority, the Superintendent of Financial Institutions in Quebec and Canada. We took additional steps to confirm the identity of people who contacted us, and we remained constantly vigilant on behalf of all of our members. Measures to confirm the identity of our customers were taken when they call our call center or when they came in. We communicated with members who were affected by private and personalized letters in order to inform them of the situation and to tell them what steps to take. We also took complementary measures to facilitate the monitoring of Equifax, and now there are 4 approaches. First on Equifax, secondly via telephone, third via our web app, and fourth directly in person at our branches. We are pursuing our collaboration with different law enforcement organizations. And finally, we are working with external experts to continue to protect our customers' personal data. I can confirm that we have taken action, and we have done so diligently. Following information that we received from Laval Police, our investigation quickly allowed us to locate the source of the leak, one single employee.
This employee was suspended and then fired. Our number one priority now, Mr. Chair, is to reassure people, to accompany them and to support them, and to protect each and every person who is affected by this situation. Once again, this morning we announced new protection for all members. In this digital era, at Desjardins, we believe that every single member must be protected. Desjardins, I said this morning, announced that as of now, all members of our cooperative will have protection against non-authorized transactions and identity theft. It is automatic and free of charge, whether or not they were affected by this data leak. Desjardins, as of this morning, protects every member, individual members and business members. It's a precedent, a new precedent in our sector. We're the first institution to do so. Desjardins has acted rigorously with a sense of duty and with a desire to honor its relationship with its members. We've entered into an era in which data is a resource like water, like wood, like raw materials. It's essential to our economy. It's the raw material of an innovative economy that will lead to incredible productivity gains and facilitate people's lives. Canada is a few months away from the operationalization of the 5G network that will increase the flow of information. According to specialists, this ultra-rapid connectivity will lead to advancements with artificial intelligence, and Canada's already a world leader with Montreal, Toronto, and Edmonton. Currently, Canada's Department of Finance is in consultation on open banking, which would lead to more openness in transactions. Steps have already been taken in European countries. It is up to legislators to answer some questions. Is Canada prepared for these technological advancements that are full of promise but also have new risks? Should we be adapting our identification systems in this digital era to ensure the protection of personal data and to better fight cybercrime? It's this whole idea of our digital identity. I would say that these are real questions, I humbly submit, that are raised by the situation at Desjardins. And to conclude, I have a proposal for you. I would invite this committee to recommend that the Government of Canada create a specialized multipartite group that would advise the government on how best to provide a framework for digital data and identity. Such a group would listen to people and include representatives from government, from the financial services sector, insurance, telecommunications, and legal experts, and any other group that the government believes should be involved. The mandate of this committee should have a role in advising on law for the government to ensure public protection, to foster innovative technological change that would benefit citizens and communities, and to have strategic watch of the best practices in the world so that Canada is always at the head of the pack. I believe that Canada must seek to be excellent in the area of artificial intelligence and digital identity. It needs to have an ambitious approach to the management of personal information. We must all learn from what Desjardins has undergone. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cormier. Mr. Picard, 7 minutes. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for taking part today. Your presence is very much appreciated. I'd like to tell you, Mr. Cormier, that the Public Safety Committee and the Ethics Committee have been undertaking a study on identity. We have looked at foreign models, the Estonian model, for example. There are a number of other issues raised by that. And I won't ask a question because I have other more practical questions. But I think that unique identifier is an issue that has a role in all of the cybersecurity questions. So I would say it's a problem that comes up again and again. And I'll look at services. Most banks, and I'm glad to hear that you're offering protection to everyone, but financial agencies tend to want to bill clients for the protection of their own data against identity theft. Do you share that philosophy? The institution with which I have to give my name and social insurance number, and it knows all about my salary, my transactions, my interact, I have to provide that information. And then I need a third party to protect that information. Why use someone else aside from the entity which I'm giving my information to? What we announced today is that the protection program we've put forward for all of our members, we've decided that it would apply to everyone, individuals and business members. And sometimes business members aren't included with other cases, including with Equifax. And we've made this service free. It's free as long as members remain members at Desjardins. So we won't be billing anybody. And the program covers any non-authorized financial transaction on someone's account. Any transaction whatsoever. If it was not authorized, we will reimburse the person. Second, if the person is unfortunately the victim of an identity theft, we'll provide assistance, not just a list of here's what you should do. We will provide assistance with our experts. There could be phone calls with people to help them to restore their identity. And third, we'll provide up to $50,000 in protection to reimburse costs that people may have incurred because of a loss of salary, child care, or fees to obtain documents, so that the fact that it's free of charge is very important to us. You're a member of the cooperative, then you have access to that. Now, whether the data belongs to individuals and should be managed to third parties for the protection of data, I think that's one of the reasons we're humbly proposing that there would be the creation of a committee, because I think the status quo isn't an option. Well, there would be two problems. For the temporary solution of dealing with a third party. You're asking for people to deal with a third party to protect their information. A third party that a couple of years was pirated, was hacked. So where is the limit of your responsibility if the person you're trusting, Equifax, what if they're hacked with your data? It's a relevant question. In Canada currently, the leading firm with over 70% of market share for protecting data is Equifax. The decision we made was to turn to the service in Canada. And so we've worked with them, and in the following days, we saw that there were issues. So we quickly put in place our own measures to address the fact that people wouldn't all sign up on Equifax's website. And then we said, look, we need to improve procedures and processes. We'll take charge. Should it be just one company or two or three companies in Canada that deal with this? Well, I think that's a good question. Identity theft for individuals, we've sought, well, it's happening, and this data is out there forever. The data is digitally present in the world, and it's accessible if it hasn't already been used within 24 hours, as we've seen with credit cards and debit cards. With identity theft, the issue isn't security at the financial institution that the person deals with. I've been convinced that you meet the expectations of your clients, of Canadians and Quebecers, that you'll reimburse funds that are criminally taken. But the problem with identity theft is that tomorrow morning, a new person could go to the bank and say, look, I'm Guy Cormier, I need a mortgage to buy a house. And then they get a mortgage at a different bank. And it's the identity that's used in different places in the world. We had an issue in St. Lambert on the South Shore where people had false mortgages with false identities. There were many of them. And then there's Quebec and Canada and Europe. Identity theft can happen anywhere outside of the financial system of Desjardins. So the protection you're offering, which is appreciated and necessary, is still limited to the financial life of the client at that institution. Well, what we've announced this morning in terms of new measures, well, we know we are in a digital era. There are fewer and fewer paper transactions. So that data becomes a raw material for our economy. Our responsibility at Desjardins this morning is to say that given the importance of that data, we're offering protection to all of our members But when I've said there are 3 pillars, the first one is the financial one you're referring to. If a member has a non-authorized transaction at Desjardins, Desjardins will totally reimburse that person. So that's the first portion of your question when it comes to transactions. But if there are other types of identity theft, for credit card requests elsewhere, sometimes cell phone purchases, vehicle rentals, if when the person communicates with Desjardins and says, this happened to me, we're saying don't call 100 different places, just call your co-op, we'll take care of you. If you need support to restore your identity, not for the financial aspect, but for other aspects of your personal life, Desjardins will be there for you. If you need to call government agencies or private companies or prepare notarized documents, if you need to prepare a presentation, we'll help you. This is no longer financial. This is really accompanying people in other aspects of their lives. Thank you, Mr. Picard.
J'ai parlé 7 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Monsieur Cormier. Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cormier, for being here today. It's a very emotional and complicated issue for Desjardins, of course. And Mr. Cormier, you said at the beginning that it was premature to hold a committee meeting. But what I want to restate is that our goal for the Conservatives, when we requested this meeting with the NDP, we wanted to see what the federal government could do to assist Desjardins and the 2.9 million members. The goal isn't to conduct an investigation on how the data was taken. The police will deal with that. And I personally hope that the individual will feel the full effect of the law, but that's a different topic. Today, we've met with officials from different departments, from Finance Canada, from the Canada Revenue Agency. And these people have large departments, and it's hard to see if the Government of Canada can be helpful. I'd like to know if you've had assistance from the government, if it's been efficient, and what can the government do to assist you? There are a few parts to that answer. When this happened, we were in contact with a number of federal government agencies and provincial agencies. We talked to the finance departments, and there was good cooperation and support and discussions. Mr. Bernard Brun could mention very clear and frank discussions. I think government authorities at the provincial and federal level want to reassure people. You have no idea how important that is to us. We see what's written at times, what's said, and unfortunately, I know people can be concerned and worried, and as members of parliament, I am sure you're hearing from people in your ridings. So I think the federal and provincial governments are working to reassure people and inform people, and I think that's of great assistance to Desjardins, and then referring people to talk to us so that we can tell them about the programs that we put forward today. And whenever we see people in person or over the phone, we're in contact with them, we reassure them without trivializing any of this. A number of studies and experts who are working with us have said very clearly, listen, there's a difference between a data leak and what happens with real data theft. It's not a one-for-one. It's a much smaller proportion. So with the protection we've put in place today, we're telling all of our members, including our business members, don't worry. If there's a problem, call Desjardins. We'll work on this with you. There was that 5-year free membership at Equifax. Is it for life now, or is it the same protection internally? So there's new protection internally. The first pillar is if there's a non-authorized transaction in your account, you inform Desjardins, we look at that with you, and we reimburse it all. There's no cap. 10,000, 100,000, there's no cap. Second point, if you're the victim of identity theft, you contact us, we work with you, we make calls, we assist you. There's even psychological support available if people are really affected emotionally. We have life insurance companies. We will provide hours to support these people. And then there's that $50,000 protection if there were personal costs to restoring one's identity. Desjardins will cover you. So I think that's extremely important to note. In terms of Equifax now, people who've had their identity or their data leaked, we recommend that they continue to actively enroll themselves with Equifax, because it will alert them that surveillance would allow them to see if there are transactions, and that's not included in the Desjardins package today. So we would invite people to sign up with Equifax, and that's something we still highly recommend. I'm a member of Desjardins and a client of the Royal Bank as well. There's a system I wasn't aware of. Somebody told me about it over the weekend. They have a link with TransUnion, and when you click there, I can see my credit rating, and it's all free. Will you have the same type of system at Desjardins? I'll let my colleague answer that question. He'll be very pleased to do so. At TransUnion, we have the same type of service. On the web, mobile, you can look at your credit rating in real time, and in terms of that alert system, we're working with Equifax, and we're looking at doing it with TransUnion to see if we can provide that system as well. Everything you have in place now, I think it's pretty extraordinary work. Congratulations. In terms of the individual, someone who's afraid because their data is out there in the world, and action could be taken, there could be foreign transactions, and you can't be responsible for everyone. So you have your responsibility towards your members. 90% of Quebecers are members with you. But you can't necessarily identify that the data that was sent out, let's say that my data was leaked and it's out there in the world. Will you cover me if it was done with another source? It's not just the situation at Desjardins that leads to today's proposal. We've accelerated it, clearly. But at the beginning of each year, we plan things out and we look at security in our new products. What would be relevant at our co-op? What should we offer our members? I'll cut you off because it was a bit too complicated what I was saying. Currently, there's data out there. It's been leaked from you, but what if another institution or another organization leaked my data? Then would the government not have some responsibility? Because now you seem to be dealing with everyone's problems. Should it be the government of Canada helping everyone? What we wanted to do at this time was to reassure members and to provide coverage for everyone. We won't be able to identify the source of the leak, whether it's from Desjardins or another organization. We just want to cover our members and reassure them. So if there's fraud within a Desjardins account, we'll cover it. In the same way that with our daily operations, sometimes there are fraud attempts via credit cards or other accounts. The members are not the ones responsible for that.
Monsieur Dubé, 7 minutes.
Mr. Dubé, you got 7 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all three of you for being here. We really appreciate it. I think that you really understood our intention, which is to restore the trust and confidence of the people who were affected and people who are very anxious. And this is really good for us because we actually just concluded a study on cybersecurity, and there may be another study in the next Parliament, particularly security in the digital era. So this is something that interests us a lot. It's clear that as members from Quebec, we see a lot of people who are members of Desjardins, and so, I think we speak for everyone when we say we're not here to have a witch hunt. We really want to work with you on this. So thank you for that. Now, I'd like to deal with a few aspects here. I know you have some constraints when it comes to the answers you can give. My first question, and it might seem overly simple, but this issue with Equifax, some people said that they had a hard time getting service in French properly. Is that something that you dealt with them? Because, of course, a vast majority of your members are Francophone. Yeah, well, first of all, we wanted to take action very quickly with Equifax. And they worked, they were very responsive. They adjusted their services in order to work with us on a number of levels. So we've worked very well with them. Now, over time, we did realize that their ability to deal with Francophone customers has a certain limit, and that's why we implemented additional measures. What we set up was, first of all, we said, okay, there are 4 initiatives that the president mentioned. People can go to the web, they can do that directly online, and then we make the link with Equifax. Secondly, they can use our call centers, so there are Francophone services there. The waiting times are very reasonable. And so in that way, we're kind of being a liaison between Equifax and our members so that we can improve their experience. So those are some steps that we set up in the last few weeks. So this isn't really part of what we're studying in this study, but thank you for answering anyway. I'd like to come back to the regulatory situation. Some of the government representatives who spoke before you spoke about this. Does it make it difficult for you to meet your security objectives? You know, the fact that you're in this particular situation, you're subject to certain Quebec regulations as well as federal regulations, and some of those regulations are unique and different from the ones that apply to other financial institutions. So I think you understand what I'm getting at here. Does that unique situation cause problems for you? And if I can maybe simplify the question this way, would it be a good idea to ensure that there's better coordination between the federal regulations and the provincial regulations to ensure that you don't have to be trying to deal with both of them at once? Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very relevant one. So we have this these 2 different jurisdictions to deal with. Desjardins is very comfortable with the current regulation. Increasingly, we've seen that there's a lot of interrelatedness in the financial system, and it's important not to work in silos. So we need to have good collaboration between all of the government stakeholders. We have the federal, provincial governments, and we really encourage them to work together. We sense that that is the case, that is happening, but it's something that's very important for us. We want the governments to talk to each other. I don't see this as a problem. Desjardins has to deal with both, but that doesn't seem to be an issue. But certainly we do need support. And this also has to do with what we were saying earlier, with the idea of having a multi-party committee where people can sit down and get the different levels of government involved. That would really help us move forward and have policies that will work for everyone. Great, thank you. The other question that I had, and this might be harder to answer, given the fact that there's still the investigation underway, but do you think that it's appropriate to make recommendations concerning ongoing monitoring or even having background checks concerning employees who will be handling sensitive information? Because a person can have a lot of cybersecurity expertise, and it's clear that they can often exploit people's information. So would it be useful to have more ongoing monitoring? And I'm not saying you didn't live up to the expectations here. I'm just saying, do you think it's important that everyone recognize that there are people who are experts and that can sometimes have negative consequences. I'll let Denis answer first, and then I'll add to his answer. So first of all, there are ongoing security measures in place in Desjardins, and it's in proportion to the rank that the person has within the organization. So there are those procedures already in place. Now, if you look at the situation and say, well, could we have detected this? I would say that if there is internal fraud and a malevolent employee, that is the most difficult risk to manage. It's the most difficult to prevent, and that's recognized in the industry. So there are security mechanisms that are in place, and there are safety measures that were in place. But this was one employee who found a way to get around all of the rules and to break the rules that were in place. And he was able to extract that data. That said, I do want to reassure you that in terms of security, there are good mechanisms in place. And as I was saying, in the digital era, there are people who can manipulate data not only in financial institutions, but in all types of organizations. Today, somebody could go to a child care to register their child, and they have to provide a social insurance number. So they can have their social insurance number sitting on somebody's desk for 10 minutes before it's written down. That's the reality in Canada. So I think that anyone in any organization may have to deal with data, and so you always have to be vigilant about employees. Thank you, Mr. Dubé. Now we'll move to Ms. Lapointe and Mr. Drouin. Thank you very much. I'll be sharing my time. Thank you for being here. I've been a member of Desjardins since at least 1980. Since as my colleague was saying, my riding is Saint-Eustache, de Montagne, Thérèse de Blainville. So I've got various branches in my riding. You talked about internal fraud and how that was the hardest thing to prevent and detect. A little earlier, we heard from people from the CRA. And I'm wondering, how does it work for you internally? How would supervisors have been able to flag that employee? Because clearly he was able to infiltrate himself into these systems. So how does it actually work? You talked about screenshots. Do people have the right to have their personal smartphone on their desk when they're working? What are the rules? And, I imagine you'll be reviewing your rules to make sure that this won't happen again. You said there was just one employee, but there could be others. So how do those rules work? Denis? Yeah, in terms of operations, first thing I want to say is that nobody shows up at the office in the morning, opens their computer, and has access to all the data. It doesn't work like that. Jobs at Desjardins are categorized based on how much data people have access to and how much data they need to do their job. That's the first thing. Then I would say that there are a number of security mechanisms that are in place. But now we're getting into an area where, well, there are two aspects. First of all, we have security measures that will control what happens internally. And then there are also security measures that our employees are not aware of. So I can't get too far into that. The second part of that is that, well, in this particular case, there is a police investigation underway. So it's very delicate. And I want to make sure that I don't harm that investigation in any way. But in terms of security mechanisms, as I said, we want to keep them really watertight because they are important to help us prevent these incidents. Here we're talking about one employee, but there are other incidents of fraud that have been caught by our security mechanisms. And of course, as I said, with a malevolent employee, it's extremely difficult to prevent that type of thing. Are you going to be reviewing your internal rules? Well, things are constantly evolving. We're constantly investing in security. We've invested 70 million per year in security, data protection, and privacy protections. So we are constantly evolving and improving and ensuring that new technology, which leads to new opportunities, is reviewed. We have people who are trying to infiltrate the system. So yes, we're constantly working against that. Great. I was happy to hear about those 4 procedures because my parents are seniors and they went in person to the branch to get help and it didn't work very well for them. And they couldn't deal with the online application. Yes. And there are people who don't have access online, and so they can't do that. Yes, so we decided to provide service to people who don't have internet connections, and as of today, those people will be able to get notifications and alerts from Desjardins directly. So we worked with Equifax to find a solution for those people. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. In the same vein, Mr. Cormier and Ms. Lapointe have all been victims of this data breach. I understand it's difficult to control a malevolent employee completely. It's very difficult. But, you know, cooperative members will be dealing with consequences. For some people, there won't be any negative consequences down the road, but others may be dealing with incidents of fraud later on. Now, my constituents ask me, why 5 years for Equifax and not 10, 15, or 20 years? We'll go to Denis, and then I'll come back to what I said earlier this morning. Well, first of all, we wanted to take action very quickly, and we were able to settle on 5 years very quickly. Now, we weren't satisfied with that first level, and so we decided to extend it. And what the president announced this morning is that Desjardins is committing to provide lifetime protection to members. So, in fact, we weren't satisfied with the 5 years, and we are partnering with Equifax to increase protection. And this is important for 2 reasons. What we've seen with Equifax, we've seen an increase in the membership who are applying here, but we're worried that we might only get 20-25% total. So that means that some people won't be covered. People who didn't choose to subscribe to notifications or who have decided to not apply for other reasons. So we didn't want to leave those 75-80% of people without any protection. And we wanted to provide assistance if something were to happen. So that's why we made that announcement this morning, saying that we want to provide additional coverage and have more umbrella coverage for everyone. Yesterday, the Equifax website wasn't working, so I spent 45 minutes to an hour dealing with it. Now, I know that branches in Eastern Ontario are very busy. There are a lot of members in this area. Employees are trained to help seniors in particular who can't get online and to help those members apply. I was able to go on the internet and check my credit report every day, but my grandmother, for example, will someone from Desjardins tell her that, oh, this is the new situation now? Yes, so this is the new solution that we've just found. Equifax has ensured that people will be able to apply, and then Equifax, rather than sending out an email, will work through Desjardins. So we're going to interface there. We're going to be the liaison and get in touch with members when we receive a notification, like your grandmother, for example. That's what we're doing. Yeah, very briefly. So Desjardins decided to be transparent and to provide information on June 20th. When we looked at the data of those 2.7 million people, we saw that there were people who didn't have internet accounts. And we saw that there were situations where we had to find a solution for them. And to date, we've worked with Equifax very well, and they've helped us find a different solution for people like your grandmother, for example.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here, gentlemen. If we're to believe the information we received, 200,000 approximately Canadians outside of Quebec have been impacted by this particular situation. Do you know about how many in each province were impacted?
Les membres impactés sont principalement au Québec.
The members affected are mainly in Quebec. There are some in Ontario and very, very few in the other provinces. We're talking about people who may have moved to other provinces and were previously members or remained members. So we're really talking about the members who are affected. And so there were former State Farm members. And those clients are not affected. We're only talking about the actual cooperative members.
You mentioned State Farm. You purchased State Farm in 2015. So you're saying none of those are impacted?
No, not impacted at all.
So in 2017, you created a Viso Wealth, and that was a combination of merged Credential Financial, Q Trade Canada, EI Investments. Those all merged.
That's correct.
Were any of those impacted?
That's correct. And those are not impacted at all. They're outside of the scope of what we're talking.
What about those who have had, they were previous Desjardins clients, and their accounts are closed? Has any of their data been impacted?
I'm not sure on the.
So there used to be a client.
Okay.
You still store their data, but they're no longer a client.
Okay.
Was any of that data compromised?
Let me be very, very specific here. So we are the members, strictly the members of our CAIS network are impacted. If you were a member a year ago, okay, if you haven't, and then you close your account for whatever reason, if you do not receive a letter, you will not be impacted. There's no impact.
So
okay,
just
so
to
you
be
haven't
clear,
been
so if you
impacted.
do not have an active account with Desjardins, you have not been impacted by this data breach. Is that what I hear you say?
If you did not receive the letter. So the key is, have you received personally a letter? Okay? If you received the letter, it means you're a member that it may be affected, that is affected. And then we encourage you to subscribe to Equifax.
It doesn't really answer my question.
Okay.
But again, if I'm hearing you correctly, you have to be have an active account with Desjardins in order to have been impacted by this data breach. Is that yes or no?
You could no. The answer is no, because you
So
could be a former member of Desjardins. You could be a former member of Desjardins. You closed your account a year ago.
Okay, so
and
that's
then
what
you
I
may
asked
be
previously.
impacted if you receive a letter.
Okay, I'm not worried about the letter. I'm only worried about, because Canadians don't care about the letter. They want to know, am I a current member? Yes or no? So the answer is yes. Current or former clients could be impacted.
Yes.
So in 2018, Desjardins Group, or Desjardins Ontario, merged with about 11 Ontario credit unions, if I remember correctly. Would any of those potential clients be impacted by this data breach?
Okay, so we're talking about the
Yes,
Ontario case?
the answer is yes. The cases in Ontario, merge or not merge, it's possible that there are some of these the members of these cases that have been impacted by the breach.
So in 2013, Desjardins Group purchased insurance firms out west, particularly Coast Capital Insurance in BC, First Insurance in BC, Craig Insurance in Alberta, Melford and Prestige Insurance in Saskatchewan. Will any of these clients be impacted by the Desjardins data breach?
The answer is no.
Now, what clients who use Apple Pay or Android Pay as part of their banking practices, could their phones be compromised by this data breach? And are they at higher risk for any fraudulent texts that could occur as a result of this?
Well, the data that has been leaked outside includes some phone numbers, include some emails. So the answer to your question is yes. There may be phishing, or there may be but again, if they are members of CAIS, not if they're clients. So if they're clients again of Viso Wealth, or they're clients of former insurance operations, or life insurance, life and health insurance, or property and casualty clients, they are not impacted.
Only the financial side.
Only CAIS members.
I share my time with Mr.
You're going to share 6 seconds with him.
Well,
that's very nice. Mr. Graham, 5 minutes.
Suivant un peu la ligne de M. Mott, tu peux...
Just to pursue Mr. Motz's line of questioning, a lot of people are wondering, am I affected? Am I not? So can you say clearly to people, if you didn't receive a letter, you're not affected? With the information that we have, only those who receive a letter have been affected. That's what I can say. So no letter, no impact. Well, if they didn't receive a letter, they're not affected. The information that we received on June 14th from the Laval police, they provided that forensic information, and that's where we got the number of 2.7 million people, 173,000 businesses, and those are the people to whom we have sent letters. But despite all that, we do hear people's concerns, and that's why this morning we decided to launch or to announce this new protection program for all members, whether they've been affected or not.
So, in terms of what we've been discussing, in my writing, a lot of towns don't have the internet or cell service. It's coming, but it's not everywhere yet. And some have lost their Desjardins branch. So for these people in these areas, what can they do? I've been with Equifax for a number of years already. And when they arrive, when they send out an email, we have to connect to their website and see what they're talking about because it's not clear. For those who have the internet, it's difficult with Equifax, but those who don't have the internet don't have anything. You talked about this a bit, but could you elaborate, please? There are two things. We need to connect people to the internet throughout our country. If we want to be in the 21st century, we need to connect everyone to the internet as quickly as possible. But given that we had people who weren't connected to the internet, sometimes by choice or because they don't have access, we put forward a solution, an additional solution that we've developed with Equifax. Mr. Bertium can describe it. For people who don't have email, we need to contact them. There needs to be a phone number. People can call. What we've put in place for people who don't have email, people can call a call center. We'll sign them up with Equifax. They don't go on the web. They don't necessarily have an email address. So what we set up with Equifax was a pretty innovative solution. Equifax will sign them up, will conduct that watch and alert them, and send the results to us. And then we take it upon ourselves to get in touch with those people who don't necessarily have access to the internet or to an email address. So that's what we've set up, and that's what was set up today. So it will be done by Equifax or by you. Well, currently they have the capacity to do that watch. They have 70% of the Canadian market in terms of everything that has to do with credit and the alert system. So that's what we're using for that aspect of things. But we're there for the people who don't have access to the web or an email address. So we're interfacing with them and we reassure people and we contact them if there's something that's raised. At the beginning of your comments, you talked about changing our digital identity system. What example would you like us to follow? Far be it from me to put forward a perfect example to follow, because I think there will always be issues when we think we've found a perfect solution, because there are always dishonest people who try to exploit those solutions and attack them. But when I look at Estonia, when I look at India, when I look at some European countries, there are places where these countries have put in place measures for single identifiers, or they have measures where there's a government card for a driver's license or health insurance. They don't become pieces to identify people. The elements in countries that I've mentioned are places where they've divided the role of cards that have become identifiers over time. I think they should be an inspiration for Canada in terms of measures. The 2.9 million clients, what did they have in common? Why was it those people and not other people? Is that known? In that regard, we don't have anything conclusive. We've taken what the police have given us as information. We don't have conclusive data on why somebody's on the list or not. We don't have that information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to our witnesses. The goal of today's meeting for the Conservatives is to identify what the government and its agencies and institutions can do to help you, and in return, help the members of Desjardins, Canadians and Quebecers. Of course, you know that I've been in contact with the 3 directors of Desjardins in my writing to express my support. Mr. Cormier seems very important to me. Has Employment and Social Development Canada been in touch with you to obtain the list of those 2.9 million people? What I can tell you is that the department is in contact with us to collaborate. I think it's been 2 weeks that we've been having discussions with them to see in terms of the social insurance numbers or the situation that Desjardins is experiencing. Whether they've asked for that information, I'm not sure. Bernard, Denis, I don't know operationally. When you have that answer, could you please send it to the clerk of the committee? It would be helpful for us to know. And if the request has been made, would you send the list of those Canadians? Because we're asking what the government can do, but the government would need to know who we're talking about here. Would you be able to send that information to the Government of Canada? Once again, unfortunately, we'd be sending information, but this time it would be to the government. I think we need to look at that. Legally, I don't know what can be done. Has a member of today's cabinet been in touch with you since June 20th? Are you talking about the federal cabinet, a minister? Yes, Minister Morneau. I had a discussion with Minister Morneau on the situation, and he offered his support. He asked how the federal government could assist Desjardins throughout all of this. Great, thank you. In your opening comments, you very humbly and respectfully put forward a few questions. I'd like to hear what your answers would be as experts in the field. I don't remember what your first question was exactly, but it was a good one. You were asking if Canada has a satisfactory system for social insurance numbers, for example. I'd like to hear your perspective on that. The first question is Canada equipped to take advantage of technological advancement with its promise and risks? I'd like to hear your answers. My answer is I think the status quo is not an option. The status quo in Canada in the digital era, in the 5G era that's coming, in terms of financial services, open financial services, for that, I think we can't be satisfied with the status quo. And that's why we humbly propose a committee that could be struck with citizens, government, business, financial institutions, but also other companies that deal with data. There could be work done, and we could look at what's done in other countries in the world so we can become leaders. I said at the outset, with artificial intelligence, Canada is in a leadership position in the world. And at the same time, we need to have the same level of ambition for the protection of data and personal information. An additional question, I think it'll be my last one. And Mr. Cormier, I'd like to talk about individuals. You made an announcement this morning, an important one, and you said the protection will be for all members, whether or not they've been affected by this unfortunate event. And you said they'll call us and we'll take care of them. We'll be their point of contact. We'll undertake actions for them. Do you think it's exactly that type of attitude that the government should have toward those 2.9 million Canadians? We'd say, I think that the government should contact people, but let's say the people contact the government, and shouldn't the attitude be, we'll take care of everything? The representative of ESDC said if we change people's SIN number, they have to call all former employers, but that's not what you're saying. You're saying you'll take care of people. You'll take care of every last detail, but as a citizen, would you like the federal government to act the same way? I'd say that as an individual, I think elected officials are elected to put in place legislation and a framework, and in this digital era, they can put in place parameters to protect people. My message as an individual as a citizen. And even though we thought that this was premature here today, we decided to come because we believe that people are becoming more aware, elected officials are becoming aware of the need to study this matter, and we wanted to contribute our perspective.
Mr. Fortin, 3 minutes.
Oui, merci. J'avais aussi une question.
Thank you. I'd like to echo a little bit what Mr. Graham was saying about access to the internet. And for elderly people, there are specific needs, and I'm sure you're looking after that. Yes, that's what I was talking about, really. Often, elderly people don't have access to the internet. They may not have an email address, and so we're taking care of those people. Those people can call, and we'll take care of things from there. We'll interface with Equifax for them, and we'll communicate the information to them, so we will take care of them. There's an interesting document in La Presse this morning. There's an interesting article on how credit agencies are verified in terms of the consumer, given the symbiotic relationship they have with financial institutions. Maybe it's a little bit more speculation than you'd be comfortable with today, but do you think it would be good in the digital era, given the breach that Equifax was a victim of, should we be looking at how this is regulated? Because it's more than just consumer protection now. They now have to protect the data they have, and there are significant consequences to this. Should we be reviewing this in the context of all of these changes you've mentioned? I said it a few minutes ago. The status quo isn't an option. That's why we're here before you today. Desjardins would be honored to participate in any way it can, and I think stakeholders in Canada who work with data should be brought together and reflect on how we want to move forward. Sometimes it may be regulations, sometimes it may be business procedures, collaboration, but status quo is not an option. Thank you. I just have a minute left. So to conclude, I would just like to say that we very much appreciate your presence. We know it's a difficult situation, and you, of course, know why we have a duty to do this. We have people calling on us to do this. They're concerned, and our goal is not just to reassure them for today, but also to ensure that they and other Canadians with other financial institutions don't experience the same thing. Thank you for sharing your experience with us today. It'll be useful for us today and for a future Parliament, and I'm sure a roadmap could be prepared. And that's why we agreed to come today. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. Mr. Fortin, you have 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cormier, Mr. Brun, Mr. Berthiaume, I'd like to congratulate you. When I arrived here today, I had questions and concerns, and you've addressed them. Your presence here today has been to Desjardins' advantage, of course. And I've been impacted by what happened at Desjardins, and I appreciate the measures you've taken. The Bank of Canada set up a working group on the resiliency of the financial sector in terms of cyber threats. That was done 2 or 3 weeks ago. To my knowledge, Desjardins was not invited to that group. There were chartered banks. So would you confirm that you weren't invited? And do you feel that it would be good for Desjardins to be present for such a working group? Bernard, I know you were talking to those groups. Perhaps you could set the record straight. Thank you for the question. I think it's a relevant one. The Bank of Canada has, of course, an extremely important role to play in terms of financial stability. They made an announcement recently that there's a committee to look at supervision and what the framework is, and they're dealing with different partners. And so they look to the big banks and the regulator. We've had discussions with them, and we've noticed an openness to explore this. The financial system is extremely interconnected. So we all have issues and regulations, but we need to be able to work together. We need to have a relationship. So we have a great interest in participating in all of this, and we felt that there was an openness. So now we're looking at how it would be articulated. But Desjardins, of course, is a Canadian, Quebec financial institution that's of systemic importance, and if there are discussions at that level, we should be part of them. You have the support of the Bloc Québécois on that. I hope that my colleagues opposite will follow up on this and perhaps propose that the Bank of Canada invite you. That said, in your opinion, there are discussions on a national system to validate identity. So social insurance numbers have been used with employer relationships with the government, but now it's used for just about anything. So we need to know how to move forward in that regard. But the number is no longer enough to ensure the security of people. Should there be a validation system that would be a PIN or something else? Would that be something that could be helpful in a situation like the one you have before you? Look, that's why we've made the recommendation to the committee we've made today. We see that the social insurance number and other mechanisms in Canada have existed for 30, 40, 50 years, but today no longer serve the purpose they were intended for. So I think it's time to gather around as industry actors and to reflect on this. It's already started. I can hear what you've said, and we should take note of best practices around the world. Thank you.
Thank the witnesses for their appearance here. And I'm happy to note that the announcement of your package coincided with your appearance here. That's quite fortunate. There are 4 or 5 members of this committee who are uniquely vulnerable as members of your association. And I'm wondering whether their unique vulnerabilities as public figures is covered by your announcement today.
Well, all the information or the announcement that we've made this morning is an announcement that all the people who were in the list of the members that have been affected by this leak will be taken care of with this program. So this protection program, if it's their financial activities in their accounts, if it's having access to assistance for recovery of their identity, or if there's problem about some fees that they have to pay regarding recovery of their identity, they'll be allowed to go under this, this program.
I take note, you mentioned that earlier, but what I'm talking about is the unique vulnerability of public officials. And if there is that vulnerability arises, will that be addressed by this particular package?
Well, this is something that we are looking right now in our files. In these 2.7 million people, we are looking right now if there's some more sensitive people. You probably read about policemen, judges, people like officials. So this is something that we're looking at right now. Our priority was to send the letters, having contact with the people. Now we're looking with what maybe other sensibility we should be more careful.
In the initial thrust, not necessarily.
We'll look at it.
Okay. And I just finally, my question is that we've been doing this for a while now, and one of the, if you will, the gold standard of protection is what's called zero trust, which was brought up by a previous witness. Identify and protect your critical assets, know where your data lives, protect it and monitor the protection, be ready to respond. Do you feel that Desjardins adhered to the zero trust principle that seems to be the gold standard for protection of data?
Maybe the new zero trust.
Well, you know, when we say zero trust, we need to identify what we are talking about. Zero trust, we have people who have access to data. They need data to actually do their work. So zero trust is clearly we want to make sure that we have security mechanism in place that aims to zero trust principle. But when you put that in practical terms, sometimes the theory and what you can really do practically, there's a difference. But the objective is there to want to make sure that the data that is given to us by our customers, by our clients, that is fully secure. That's our goal.
That's the goal. Okay. With that, I want to thank you again for your appearance here, and we will suspend for a couple of minutes, re-empanel with the officials, and finish our questioning with the officials. Thank you. Officials, all and sundry, for your patience with us. And we were in the middle of questioning, and I believe it's Mr. Graham up for 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Je vais recommencer comme on n'a jamais arrêté.
Okay, I'll just start up here as though there was no interruption. Now, you're saying that Desjardins, well, you're talking about reviewing the SIN system. Do we have any research about what that might look like in the future? Thank you for the question. As you know, the social insurance number is one identifier among many. As we heard today, and as is indicated on our website, the social insurance number should only ever be given out in a very limited number of circumstances. We explain that to citizens, and we tell them not to give out their social insurance number to organizations that are not legally authorized to ask for it. But we do hear that often people give the number voluntarily to organizations that aren't necessarily authorized to ask for it. So we are always looking at what we can do to improve protections in our system and to improve our practices. And of course, we would always be interested to hear recommendations in the report that is issued by this committee, and other recommendations too. But I can reassure you that we regularly try to increase security. And I know that the Treasury Board as well is working very actively on digital identity issues, and we participate in those discussions to try to find out how we can improve people's situation within Canada. A number of times you talked about additional information. In this case, we know that there are a lot of addresses and telephone numbers that were involved in the data breach. So what information was included? If I've understood your question, the social insurance number is an identifier that gives access to federal programs and services and also to the revenue and tax system. In the case that concerns the federal government, so benefits, for example, we need additional secret information to identify people. For example, to get EI benefits, there is an access code that is given, and the person needs to give, for example, 2 numbers or 2 digits from that access code in order to have access to the private information associated with that. So the social insurance number is one identifier, but there are always other security questions to determine people's identity. Service Canada agents are sort of all over Canada. And if somebody walks into a Service Canada office to ask what to do in this case, what information are they given? Thanks for the question. All of our call centers, all of our service offices, and all of our agents have been given very clear instructions for when people call. As I said, we've received about 1,500 people, either by telephone or in person. And so they were informed about what steps to take. And we talked about talking to a credit office, for example, verifying their financial transactions, their bank statements, ensuring that they're being vigilant, extra vigilant when it comes to their financial transactions. And we tell them that if they notice any activity that doesn't seem to reflect their purchasing habits, then they should contact the police, Service Canada, and various organizations to solve that problem. So far, we haven't had any cases where fraud has been indicated. But this is fairly recent. Yes. But I would also say that we've only had about 60 cases per year, despite the many cases of data breaches over the last few years. It's been about 60 cases of changing the SIN number. Is there not a way of indicating that a social insurance number is no longer valid? Because if I change the number, but I'm still associated with the old one, I mean, can you explain that a little further? Yes, well, one of the reasons is that we don't know who that the citizen may have given their SIN number to, and if that number was used only as an identifier, or if that led to other information. So that individual is the only person who knows who they gave the number to. They may have given their social insurance number for private pensions, for insurance, for car rentals or car purchases. So the social insurance number should not be used to identify the person, to determine who the person is. It's really just a number to relate to certain files. And we need that number to link the information. We've been trying to link the two social insurance numbers in our system, but other than that, they should no longer be used by the individual. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying. Madame Beaujoly, you're the Deputy Minister for Employment. Did your minister give you the directive to obtain this list? Do you have a ministerial directive to get the list of the 2.9 million Canadians affected by the data breach? I know that you raised this question earlier. It's an interesting question because according to the PIPEDA Act, the Privacy Act, I can't think of the French term, but it's PIPEDA in English. The information concerning the people affected, well, the first thing we need to do is inform third parties. So Desjardins contacted us to make sure that we would share information so that we could help Desjardins have as much information as possible to help their members. So we gave them information to help do that. So there was no directive. In other words, I'm not talking about you personally. You know, we know you're following the policies, but now you're reacting. There's nothing proactive. It's just reactive. You said that you had received 1,500 requests concerning a change of social insurance number. But our objective is to know how the government can help proactively. So if you don't know which Canadians are affected, you need to wait for them to contact you. So that's what's happening now, right? You're waiting for the people affected to contact you and not the other way around, because it's impossible for you to reach out to them because you don't have the data. Mr. Cormier from Desjardins seemed to be saying that they would be ready to provide you with that information. So, you know, you could do this or not, but, you know, something that I think just really annoys Canadians, you know, I've been going door to door the last couple of weeks and people have been telling me, oh, the government, what's the government going to do? And that made me really sad because I don't want people to be cynical like that, you know? People are paying practically 50% of their income to the Canadian government, and we want the government to work for citizens, not the other way around. As Mr. Cormier said, you know, he said, if somebody calls us, we're proactive. We try to take care of things. Now, we had kind of heard rumors of this, but today we heard officially that it is possible for people to change their social insurance number. Now, I understand it's complex. But now you're saying that even if people change their number, that wouldn't be a good thing necessarily, because the individual would have to contact a whole range of institutions, former employers, and so on. But it's the government who is forcing citizens to have a social insurance number. This is a system that perhaps we should be questioning. So don't you think that it should be your responsibility to contact these people? And in fact, the Liberal government should be doing this, should be proactive, and should look at all the people who need to be contacted. You know, I worked at a pizza place when I was 17 years old, and he was the one who paid the GST. He sent the GST to the government. I didn't have to take care of anything. everybody knows how this works, so you should be able to work with your departments to find that information, change people's social insurance numbers, maybe not do it for every single person, but at least support the people who are affected so that they don't have to go through this process of contacting every single person that they need to contact. So, I mean, it just seems to me that, I know this isn't your fault. You've received directives from the Liberal government, but it doesn't seem like you're being very proactive. And I think that's very sad. So I don't know what you have to say about that. I think that when there are multiple data breaches, as can happen, the goal is always to ensure that we protect people and that we protect the benefits that they are owed, whether it's tax benefits or other benefits. That's why we worked very closely with Desjardins to help support them in their work with their members. And if you look at other data breaches, there were very similar measures taken with credit offices and so on, because that's really the best way of protecting people and protecting them against fraud. So we continue to work with people. And if exchanging information became relevant, we would look into that. But at this stage, it seems that really the measures that are in place are the best measures to take. Thank you.
Any over here? No? Mr. Dubé, 3 minutes.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais juste revenir.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to come back to the question that was asked earlier concerning information sessions in big cities in Quebec. I know that there are people affected outside of Quebec too, but clearly it seems that the main impact was within Quebec. And so we could have information sessions to explain things to people. I know that I've already received letters in the mail concerning, various policy changes at the federal level. So I'm sure that it would be possible to send out letters to Quebecers saying, here is the schedule of public consultations or town halls that will be happening in the next couple of months. The information that you've given us today is important, and I think that people watching today will know about it, but others will need to know about it. Now, I'm not sure that social media is the best way of going about it, but I mean, is this something that you're open to? And this is for you, but I think the CRA also has a role to play. So we provided additional information on the website. We did so proactively. We used social media, as you said. And we also have information sessions about social insurance numbers in a number of communities. Those sessions happen regularly, and I don't see why we wouldn't be able to use those as a forum. So thanks for that recommendation. We will take that under advisement. Great. Thank you very much. I do think this is a special situation. And when there are natural disasters, for example, the government, the local governments, like municipal, provincial governments, tend to respond. And as my colleague was saying, this is not intended to insult anyone, but it seems that in this case, the federal government hasn't been quite as proactive, that people have been very seriously affected. And if people aren't clear about how they work through this system, it's not because we're ignorant, it's because the system is very, very complex. And I think it would be useful to share some of your expertise with people about that. So thank you for your openness to that. And that concludes my questioning. 2 minutes, Mr. Fortin. Thank you, Chair. I'll start with Ms. Boisjoli. Now, given that the social insurance number, which was created in 1964 to manage relations between employers and employees, is being used for all kinds of things today, or at least more widely than before, would it not be wise to review the ways in which it's used? For example, having a PIN associated with it, or having some other data associated with it. Do you have any ideas about that? I think it's a good question. as I said, in situations like this, it's always important to review and rethink certain things. When it comes to the SIN number, as I said, that's only one identifier among many. At the federal level, we encourage people to add secret security questions that only that person can answer. So that's not a PIN, but it is an additional layer of information. But the social insurance number, correct me if I'm wrong, is valid regardless of whether or not you have a security question. If people ask me for a social insurance number for some transaction with a bank or whatever, I don't have to answer a security question or put in a PIN. No, you're right. Is that something that we could consider? Maybe. But I think it's important to say that to have access to a service, you have to provide other information. But that depends on the department that you're dealing with. But I see what you're saying. Would it be possible to have a penalty? Because social insurance numbers are frequently requested by businesses, banks, and so on, and that's not always necessary. So could there be some sort of penalty system for those who request social insurance numbers when they don't need it? That's an interesting idea. I'm not sure if my predecessors looked into that. Currently, we have a very clear list of who is allowed to ask for the SIN number, and we tell citizens, that there is this list so that they have recourse if someone asks for it. But could there not be, provisions to have fines or other penalties? Well, that's something I would have to look into. I don't have that information. Your time's up, unfortunately. Sorry.
With that, I think that ends our questioning. I want to, on behalf of the committee, thank you officials for not only your initial appearance, but your subsequent appearance and waiting for the other witnesses. So with that, we're going to suspend, and then we are going to go in camera. And so we'll give a couple of minutes to clear the room.
Thank you.